Chapter 936. Isn't it time to get down to business? Motoki Yase. Natsuki spoke with an expressionless face and a hint of displeasure in her voice. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated in front of that stupid dog. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard Natsuki's words. He recovered, but he was still complaining in his mind. Natsuki, aren't you the one who kept humiliating me? Sorry, I can't do anything about it. The short-haired boy, the one Natsuki called Yase Motoki, didn't look apologetic at all. He looked at the light in front of him and he gestured with his chin. Wu Yan and Natsuki turned around to look at the light in front of them. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Motoki Yase are standing in a dark tunnel. There is a large glass window in front of them. The light is coming from inside the window. Through the glass window, there was a room that was not much different from a hospital's operating room. The room was surrounded by expensive and sophisticated machines. They looked like they were used for medical treatment or research, or perhaps both. There were lights flashing on them and the sound of them running indicated that they were working. In the center of the machines, there was a bed, a sick bed, and a young girl was lying on top of the sick bed. She was about 10 years old, and one could tell at a glance that she was very young. However, the young girl was currently in a deep sleep, and she had suffered quite serious injuries. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, and there was a large red patch on the side of her abdomen. It is obvious that it was stained by blood. Seeing this scene, it was believed that many people would think that this place was giving the girl very strict treatment in an attempt to heal her injuries, and this was indeed the case. However, he was only half right. That was because, for some unknown reason, the hands and feet of the girl who was covered in wounds were firmly locked down by heavy metal tools. A strange atmosphere permeated between the three of them. Wu Yan couldn't help but notice the inexplicable scene in front of him. He frowned and looked at Natsuki. Aren't you going to explain? 2 nights ago, something happened in the western district of Itagami Island. Natsuki explained without beating around the bush. The specific content is that 2 unregistered demons with very powerful fighting strength were engaged in an attack and defense battle for a long time in the sky above the city block, which affected the surrounding area, and the surrounding buildings of the battleground. They suffered heavy losses, and some of them were even injured. Natsuki tapped the fan in her hand and pointed at the young girl. This person is one of the 2 demons who have yet to register. A battle between 2 unregistered demons? It affected the surrounding buildings? Wu Yan rubbed his chin and he looked into the room. I didn't expect that this young woman would have such a strong fighting strength. Yi Zichen thought to himself. She is more than strong. Motoki Yase shrugged. They fought in the sky above the city without any disguise. If it weren't for the fact that the one in front of us was seriously injured, we wouldn't even have been able to capture one of them. Even the guards couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he asked. If that's the case, why didn't they send out the attack demon commander? Yes. They're on the move. Motoki Yase smiled and put his hands in his pockets, but his face was full of helplessness. But they couldn't do anything about it. That's why they asked Natsuki-chan for help. Don't use the word "chan" behind your teacher's name. Natsuki reflexively retorted, but her gaze was fixed on the young girl inside the room. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. She's an unregistered demon? I can't tell what race she is. Oh, that. She's a little weak. Motoki Yase scratched his head. According to the judgment of the management community, this person is not a demon. Not a demon? Wu Yan and Natsuki were shocked. Natsuki frowned. You mean she's an overachiever? Or an attack demon commander? No. No. Yase Motoki shook his head and said, she is an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Natsuki smiled sarcastically. You mean to say that there are 2 ordinary people who can fly to the city and fight in the sky, and they even destroyed a lot of the surrounding buildings? Yes. I don't want to admit it. Motoki shrugged and said helplessly, but that's the truth. Natsuki finally turned her head and looked at Moki Yase. When she was sure that he wasn't joking, her expression changed slightly. So, did you find anything? A little. Just a little bit. Yase, Motoki said seriously. That girl's body has traces of using a technique. I think she must have been modified to have that kind of combat power. Wu Yan, who had been quietly looking inside, suddenly raised his head, his wine-red eyes rippled. When he heard the word modification, he had a flash of inspiration. It's like there's something he needs to pay attention to. Once he grasps the inspiration, it will be beneficial to him. However, that flash of inspiration only lasted for a split second. By the time Wu Yan reacted to it, he was already clueless and couldn't think of anything else. It was also at this moment that a voice that sounded very innocent, very pleasant to the ears, and also abnormally annoying, entered the ears of everyone present. Hey, isn't this interesting? At the end of the dark passage, there was a series of footsteps. A figure walked out and stopped in front of everyone. Motoki Yase was shocked when he saw the figure. He took a step back. Wu Yan and Natsuki frowned. Their eyes were filled with disgust. As for the newcomer, his expression was the opposite of Wu Yan and Natsuki's. His eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Wu Yan. Yo, long time no see. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Why are you still here? Vatler. Well, I'm a diplomat. Don't be so cold. Vatler had a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. Also, I'm here to bring you information, shouldn't you at least welcome me? Can you hurry up if you have something to say? Wu Yan didn't hide his disgust. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from teaching you a lesson if you stay any longer. Motoki Yase was shocked when he heard that. Does this scandal sensei know who is standing in front of him? That's the vampire closest to a primogenitor. Isn't he afraid of getting killed for provoking him? Itagami Island will be in deep trouble if that happens. Oh. Vatler raised his head. He paused for a moment, then laughed. He laughed excitedly. This isn't bad either. Being able to fight with you is my greatest pleasure right now. Pleasure. Pleasure? Wu Yan's gaze turned cold. I can take that as you don't think you've been taught enough. Do you want to die again? It doesn't matter. Vatler had a cruel smile on his face, but his words made Moki and Natsuki unable to ignore them. I've already lost to you twice, one more time won't matter. Lost twice? Motoki Yase's expression changed. Natsuki Yase's gaze landed on Wu Yan. She was surprised. She knows that Wu Yan isn't as simple as he looks. The last time he went looking for Vatler, he probably fought him and defeated him. He even boasted that he could beat Vatler without using his familiars. But knowing was one thing, hearing it with her own ears was another. Natsuki was only a little surprised, but that was already good enough. If it had been someone who knew Vatler well, they would have been so shocked that their legs would have turned to jelly. Wu Yan's gaze turned colder and colder as he stared at Vatler. In the end, a surge of mana began to emanate from his body. Wu Yan's patience with Vatler is at its limit. Not bad. This is amazing. Vatler's face contorted into a sinister smile as he sensed the oppressive mana. At the same time, an equally terrifying mana slowly rose from his body. 2. They clashed. Chapter 937. The magic power turned into a powerful force, and like two mountains that were rushing over, they collided with each other with a force that could not be separated by a hair's breadth. There was no sound, but Motoki Yase heard a loud roar in his ears. His mind went blank. Before he could react, a strong gust of wind blew from the center of the battle and hit his body. Humph! Motoki groaned as his body flew backward. When he was about to hit the glass window behind him, Natsuki suddenly appeared beside him and stopped him from flying backward. Motoki Yase only turned around when he felt the ground beneath his feet. He clutched his aching chest, his face full of horror. It was just a simple clash of mana, yet Yase Motoki was in such a sorry state. Motoki did not doubt Vatler's strength at all. After all, Vatler was a vampire second only to the true ancestor. However, Motoki did not expect the seemingly harmless gossip sensei to be so powerful. That's not the most important thing right now. The most important thing is... Looking around, Yase Motoki could see that the tunnel was about to collapse, and the glass windows of the infirmary were trembling as if they could shatter at any moment. Yase Motoki tried his best to shout at Natsuki, "Natsuki-chan, hurry up and stop them. There's no doubt the two of them are going to fight. If they release their familiars, this place will be destroyed. This is the cornerstone gate that supports the entire island. If the cornerstone gate is destroyed, Itagami Island will be finished." Even if the cornerstone gate wasn't destroyed, Motoki had no doubt that the two of them would be able to sink the entire Itagami Island if they went all out. When that happens, everything will be over. TCH. Natsuki pursed her lips in displeasure. She spoke to Wu Yen and Vatler. "You too. If you really want to fight, go to Snake Charmer's boat like you did last time. Don't cause me trouble here." Natsuki's voice wasn't loud. It was muffled by the shockwave. Motoki almost couldn't hear her. However, Wu Yen and Vatler, who were duking it out with their magic power, heard him. Immediately, the two of them hesitated for a moment before retracting their mana at the same time. Wu Yen and Vatler listened to Natsuki's words. After all, if they angered Natsuyu, it wouldn't be good for anyone. As the two of them retracted their mana, the violent storm gradually stopped. The scene once again returned to silence. "I'm sure now, Vatler." Wu Yen pursed his lips and turned around. "What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You rascal, you're so annoying." "Is that so?" Vatler closed his eyes nonchalantly and smiled. "I like you a lot." Wu Yen trembled. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to explode. He smiled bitterly at Natsuki. "Sorry, Natsuki, I was a little impulsive. Don't mind it." Natsuki glanced at the smiling Vatler. "I feel the same way as you." Vatler maintained his smile despite the disgust of the two men. This guy was really annoying. "Don't say that. I'm really here to deliver information." Natsuki stared at Vatler for a moment before looking away. "Let me hear what you have to say." Vatler's smile widened as he looked in the direction of the treatment room. "The Nordic Kingdom, Ariatigia's Knights of the Holy Ring, has lost contact with them since yesterday." Motoki flinched when he heard Vatler's report. Wu Yen, who isn't familiar with the kingdom, is also flabbergasted. Natsuki tensed up when she heard Vatler's report. "You mentioned the kingdom of Ariatigia. Does this have something to do with the royal family?" "I don't know." Vatler replied casually, "I just feel that the timing of these two incidents is too coincidental." Natsuki frowned and went silent. Wu Yen crossed his arms and glanced at Vatler. "So? Did you run over because you smelled the toy? Are you planning to interfere? How could that be?" Vatler shrugged with a smile. "I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. I have no intention of interfering." "You're not going to do anything?" Wu Yen aside, even Natsuki and Yase Motoki looked at Vatler suspiciously. None of them believed him. This guy was different from his handsome appearance. Inside, he was a battle maniac. To the immortal Vatler, fighting powerful enemies was the best way to pass the time. At first, Wu Yen thought he was interested in the combat prowess of the two modified humans. Just like Nalakuvra, he came here to kill some time. Who knew that he would get such an answer? "If you're not here for fun, then what are you here for?" Wu Yen looked at Vatler's face and sneered. You're not going to say you're just here to deliver information, are you? Vatler raised the corners of his mouth and smiled gracefully. I just feel that doing this will make things more interesting. Oh? Wu Yan's lips twitched. So you're saying you're more interested in watching from the sidelines? Well. Vatler turned around and waved at Wu Yan. Let's just say that for now. I've delivered the information, it's up to you to decide what to do. At this point, Vatler turned his head and spoke with a profound tone. Oh right, let me give you a piece of advice. The enemy this time isn't as easy to deal with as the Black Death Emperor faction. Even Koju will die if he jumps in. With that, Vatler turned into a cloud of golden mist and disappeared from where he stood. That bastard! Wu Yan cursed. Don't be too calculative. Natsuki shook her head. Even if you're a vampire, you'll be pissed to death if you really get into a fight with that snake charmer. He has such a bad taste. Motoki walked over and he snuck a peek at Wu Yan. He asked Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, can we trust his words? Na Yu's gaze shifted slightly as her eyes flashed. Although that snake charmer has a bad taste, since he has said so much, his credibility should be very high. What do we do now? Natsuki pondered for a bit, then looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan, I'll leave this matter to you. Ha! Wu Yan was stunned and he cried out in surprise. You want me to take care of it? Is there a problem? Natsuki said. You're an attack mage now, no longer an apprentice. Do you need me to take care of this matter? No, that's not it. Wu Yan scratched his face. Why don't you do it yourself? Didn't that snake charmer say that? Natsuki looked in the direction Vatler disappeared. Koju will die even if he jumps in. Rather than having me as a burden, it's better for you to take care of it yourself. Burden? Wu Yan was shocked. How are you a burden? Natsuki was silent. She lowered her head, her eyes flashed with bitterness. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I can't use my full strength in my current state. What did you say? Wu Yan frowned, he moved closer to Natsuki. I didn't hear you clearly. Anyway. Natsuki met Wu Yan's gaze and said in an unquestionable tone. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll deal with the missing airship. Answer me if you have any questions. Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Natsuki's emotionless face. Alright, I understand. Leave the matters here to me. Only then did Na Yu relax and nod her head. Chapter 938. Itagami Island, Southern Residential District, Apartment. Flipping through the documents in his hand, he walked into the elevator and allowed the elevator to take him up. His wine-red eyes scanned the pages filled with runes. His brain spun rapidly as he memorized everything he saw. His eyes flashed with a pensive light. This was the information about the masked parasite that Moki Yase had just given him. Because there was no way to determine what kind of transformation the two unknown ordinary people had undergone to become like that and what kind of surgical method they had undergone to make them possess such powerful fighting strength, the people in charge of the artificial island management community had no way to determine their existence. However, no matter what kind of existences those two ordinary people had turned into, their forms were very similar. They wore revealing clothes made of fur that barely covered their breasts and lower body. They had a pair of glowing wings on their backs and strange masks on their faces. For the sake of convenience, they are known as the masked parasites. To Wu Yan's surprise, there are more than 2 masked parasites. Incidents like this where monsters of the same form fought each other to the death and affected the surroundings had happened many times recently. Every time a masked parasite was spotted in battle, the special district garrison would be dispatched. However, when they arrive at the scene, there is only a pile of rubble and a masked parasite that died not too long ago. As for the other masked parasite, it's nowhere to be seen. You can say that. The whole incident was filled with all kinds of mysteries. The management community did not even know what the masked parasites were, why they were killing each other, why two of them would always come out at a fixed time to fight to the death, and where the other masked parasite who won the fight had gone. There were all kinds of mysteries. None of them have been solved yet. If it weren't for the fact that the incidents happened very close to each other, and the fact that the special zone guards were dispatched in advance and arrived at the scene first, perhaps even the heavily injured masked parasite would have died after the incident. They wouldn't have had the chance to bring it back. Wu Yan looked at the documents again. The elevator door opened. He rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. He walked back to his house. Natsuki, that fellow, really gave me a headache. If there are no accidents tonight, the masked parasites will appear again tonight. The masked parasites will continue to show up, and Wu Yan's mission is to capture the two masked parasites alive before they get killed or injured. This made Wu Yan feel a lot more relaxed. Compared to looking at the clues in his hands and trying to uncover the truth of the case like a 10,000-year-old elementary school student, he's much better at catching the culprit before they make their move. Wu Yan wasn't sure how strong the two masked parasites were, but at his level, there aren't many things he should be afraid of. If worse comes to worst, he can just use Yukari's Red Jade mode and crush them. Ever since Yukari reached Tier 9, Yukari can maintain her Red Jade mode for a long time. During the battle against the Beast King, Wu Yan could only maintain Yukari's Red Jade mode for 5 minutes. Now, Yukari can maintain it for 10 minutes. With Yukari's terrifying strength, she could defeat a demigod Beast King in 5 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for Wu Yan to deal with a lot of situations. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit. Ignoring the information in his hands, he walked to his door and without using the key, he grabbed the doorknob. A small electric arc flashed in his hand and the door opened. Mikoto's ability is really suitable for invasion. It's only weaker than the spatial ability. His mind is filled with all sorts of meaningless thoughts. He walked into his house and closed the door. Just then. Welcome back. I'm back. Wu Yan shot back. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Kotori would never say something as sweet and warm as welcome back to him. Usually, she would only say something like, "What took you so long," or "too slow." This situation would only happen when she was in younger sister mode. Also, this voice doesn't belong to Kotori. His body froze for a moment before he turned around and looked at the source of the sound. Blood rushed to his head when he saw who it was. Up ahead, on the edge of the door sill, a petite girl stood there. She's wearing a red apron, her slender shoulders and snow-white thighs are exposed, you can even see her smooth back. At this moment, she's standing there with her face so red that it's dripping blood. Her body is taut and her head is lowered. She doesn't even dare to look at Wu Yan with her big round eyes, she's full of shyness. That's because other than the red apron, she's not wearing anything else. Yes, she's not wearing anything. Wu Yan stared blankly at the beautiful scenery in front of him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't notice it. His eyes widened and his mouth turned into an O shape. The shock on his face is so vivid that he froze on the spot. TSK 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 TSK. Wu Yan's mouth opened and closed, he almost couldn't say a word. After 10 seconds of stuttering, a name came out of his mouth in disbelief. Nagisa, Sensei. Nagisa pursed her lips at the sight of Wu Yan's dumbstruck expression. She pressed down on the apron with both hands and curled into a ball. Her face was red and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She closed her eyes and yelled. "Don't keep staring over here." What are you doing?" Wu Yan ignored her and yelled back. "Why are you dressed like that?" Wu Yan's yell made Nagisa feel even more humiliated. She resisted the urge to run away. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. "I didn't want this to happen. 20 minutes ago. Nagisa sat up straight and stared at Kotori, who was standing in front of her and emitting a shocking aura. She felt uneasy. Kotori-chan. Nagisa called out to Kotori tentatively. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Nagisa, did I do something wrong? Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Nagisa condescendingly. The last battle was a failure, the last battle? Nagisa tilted her head in confusion. She recalled something. You mean, the battle with Sensei? Kotori nodded her head slowly and forcefully. Her voice began to lower. It was going well. If it continued, I could have confessed, but in the end. Kotori shook her head and said in disappointment, you actually fainted. Ugh. Nagisa blushed. It seems the word confession was quite effective on her. Nagisa shrunk back and raised her hand weakly. That didn't count as a failure, right? The plan was to feed Sensei, right? Nagisa did it. Are you an idiot? Kotori reprimanded. The goal was to conquer Oniai-chan, but did you do it? I only fed him. Nagisa said uneasily. That was enough to conquer Sensei. That's why I said you're an idiot. Kotori snorted and knocked Nagisa's head. The goal was to conquer Sensei, but the real goal was to create an opportunity for you. Didn't you go up to the rooftop together? Seizing that opportunity, you could have taken him down in one go, but you fainted. What could I have done? Nagisa pouted. Nagisa, I fainted. Sigh. Kotori sighed and crossed her arms in front of her chest. In short, the last battle was a failure. This time, you have to give it your all. This time? Nagisa gasped. You mean we have to do it again? Of course. Kotori smiled mischievously and placed her hands on Nagisa's shoulders. Don't worry, I'm prepared this time. You just have to follow the plan. Nagisa had a bad premonition. Reality proved that her premonition was correct. Chapter 939. Nagisa's heart bled as she recalled how Kotori had ignored her protests and stripped her of her clothes before walking away. How did she end up with such a bad friend? Nagisa looked like she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. Wu Yan slowly came back to his senses. His headache from working at night became heavier. Clearly, the real culprit wasn't Nagisa herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting like this. It was Kotori, right? Wu Yan exposed the mastermind. You said Kotori was the one behind the feeding incident last time. This time. Wu Yan looked at Nagisa, who was blushing. He shook his head speechlessly. Nagisa was about to explode from embarrassment. Sensei. Nagisa was about to cry. Can you stop staring at Nagisa? Oh. Wu Yan grinned when he saw Nagisa's expression. Didn't you dress like this for me to see? No. No, that's not right, you can't say that it's not. Nagisa was confused. She subconsciously twisted her body. The thin apron fluttered with her movements. The beauty hidden behind the apron was on full display. Wu Yan couldn't help but be attracted to it. Looking at this beautiful scene, he had a look of admiration on his face. Nagisa was still young, but her body was starting to take shape. Disregarding everything else, the lines of her body were great. One look at her body and one can't wait to see how it will develop in the future. Her skin was alluring too. Her skin was white with a hint of red. It made one want to take a bite out of it. Her petite body couldn't hide her charm. Her youthful appearance was enough to attract the attention of countless people. Not to mention, Nagisa had a beautiful face. Sooner or later, she would be a beauty on par with Shokuhu Misaki and Kurumi. On top of that, she had a cheerful and lively personality. Wu Yan noticed Nagisa was also a charmer. The only regrettable thing was that the size of her breasts was still small and not fully grown, but that was not a problem. Chuju and Mikoto were even smaller than Nagisa. Lost in his own thoughts, Wu Yan didn't notice that his unfocused eyes were fixated on Nagisa. From Nagisa's point of view, she was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery and couldn't extricate herself. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Nagisa tightened her apron and tried her best to hide behind it. Her heart was numb as she lowered her head. Her face was red as she endured Wu Yan's admiration. One was lost in her imagination while the other was lost in her shyness. For a moment, the entire room was silent. At the same time, an ambiguous atmosphere spread in the air. After some time, Wu Yan finally came back to his senses. His head was buried in his chest and he looked like he was about to collapse. Nagisa looked like she was about to faint. He smiled bitterly. Wu Yan started walking towards Nagisa. Nagisa's heart started pounding when she heard his footsteps. What kind of feelings did she have for Wu Yan? Nagisa was new to this, so she didn't really understand. She could only follow Kotori's instructions. However, it was undeniable that Nagisa's emotions were influenced by Wu Yan's actions. Nagisa timidly took a step back when Wu Yan approached her. Wu Yan arrived in front of her, and when he saw how timid she was, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. Driven by the heat, Wu Yan reached out and placed his hand on Nagisa's smooth shoulder. Ah! Nagisa's body shook and she cried out. Her neck, ears, and skin all turned red when she felt Wu Yan's touch. Nagisa wanted to run, but Wu Yan was holding her shoulder. If she ran, her back would be exposed to Wu Yan. The apron can't cover the back. With this run, her entire back was exposed to the eyes of the enemy. Nagisa could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Her panicked appearance made Wu Yan's mouth dry up. He slid his hand from Nagisa's back to her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Before Nagisa could react, she heard Wu Yan's voice. Congratulations, you've successfully angered me. Wu Yan lifted Nagisa's chin and gave her a light peck on her lips. Ugh! Nagisa was stunned. Her mind went blank when she felt the warmth leaving her body. Wu Yan lowered his head and he pecked Nagisa's lips like a chick pecking at rice. He looked very gentle. Ugh! Nagisa passively accepted Wu Yan's kisses. She whimpered and closed her eyes. Every time she felt the warmth on her lips, she would moan softly. She looked like a kitten begging for food, cute to the extreme. He tried kissing her a few more times. Nagisa showed no signs of resistance. She didn't look like she was unwilling either, so Wu Yan relaxed. He thought it was all Kotori's prank and that Nagisa was the one who instigated it. Now that he relaxed, Wu Yan's actions became more relaxed. He pulled Nagisa's soft body into his embrace and instead of kissing her bit by bit, he sucked on her pink lips and stuck his tongue into her mouth. He captured the escaping lilac and slowly and firmly entangled with her. The sudden increase in intensity made Nagisa uncomfortable. She had never experienced something like this before. Last time in the classroom, she only kissed him on the lips. Her tongue didn't enter his mouth. Now, this unfamiliar sensation was running rampant in her blank mind. Nagisa didn't know what was going on and she had no choice but to escape from Wu Yan's entanglement. In the end, a chase ensued in Nagisa's small mouth. Wu Yan's hands on Nagisa's waist started moving around. One went down, the other went up, circling to the front. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, their lips finally parted. The two of them exhaled heavily. Their faces were slightly panting. From this, it could be seen how intense the kiss just now was. Phew. Nagisa breathed heavily in front of Wu Yan's chest. She recovered her senses and her mind started to process the memories from earlier. Her face was extremely red and she buried her head in Wu Yan's chest, unwilling to come out. Wu Yan shook his head in amusement and patted her little head. What? You're already dressed like this, are you still shy from a kiss? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Nagisha didn't move at all. After a long while, a mosquito-like voice came from under her face. This time, it's different. Different? Wu Yan was taken aback and became annoyed. That's right, it was an emergency last time. This time, you were instigated by Kodori. Kodori-chan only told me to dress like this to wait for you to come back. Nagisa defended her friend instinctively and blushed again. She didn't tell me to. Is that so? Looking at the petite murmuring voice in his arms, Wu Yan caressed her smooth back. Then what did Kodori tell you to do? Nagisa blinked and answered subconsciously. She invited Sensei to the festival. Ceremony? Wu Yan flinched when he heard Nagisa. That ceremony, don't tell me it's tonight's ceremony? Yes. Nagisa nodded. Wu Yan was troubled. He knew that the ceremony at night was only held to prevent the masked parasites from causing too much commotion when they fought, which was why it was held. Plus, he had work to do. What? Nagisa was a bit disappointed when she saw Wu Yan's expression. I can't do that. Wu Yan felt guilty. Chapter 940. Fancy stalls stood on both sides of the street, side by side, surrounding the middle of the street. The owners of the stalls sat in the middle of the stalls, wearing luxurious clothes that were different from the past. From time to time, they would shout loudly, causing the street to be filled with a clamor. Pedestrians walked by one after another, laughing and joking while looking left and right, patronizing the surrounding stalls. They were all wearing bathrobes, with smiles on their faces, venting the joy in their hearts. The sounds coming from their bodies also mixed with the surrounding noise, soaring up to the sky, very lively. Unlike the people around him, Wu Yan isn't wearing a bathrobe. He's wearing a thin-collared short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black casual pants. He looked a lot more casual, but compared to his attire, his expression is a lot more bitter. That's because there was a figure in front of Wu Yan. Nagisa was very different today. The Kaihai Academy uniform she had been wearing had disappeared and was replaced by a bathrobe. However, it was not an ordinary bathrobe. The bathrobe was completely white with golden lines embroidered on it. They followed a rather mysterious trajectory and formed a very dazzling pattern. There were also ribbon-like satin hanging down from both sides. Coupled with the pure white color of the bathrobe, it looked like a little princess wearing new clothes. At this moment, Nagisa had an extremely happy smile on her face. She was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. Her giggles were like silver bells as she patronized each stall. Her beautiful big eyes curved into crescents. Obviously, her mood couldn't be any better. She turned into a beautiful butterfly. Nagisha shuttled through the crowd. That extremely eye-catching bathrobe, coupled with the owner's exquisite face and laughter, attracted the attention of passers-by. Some of the stall owners even kindly gave her some free food, which made Nagisa very happy. As time passed, this cheerful and lively little princess became the scene of the bustling commercial street. Wu Yan's bitter expression crumbled when he saw Nagisa's unwavering smile. He put on a smile once more. He felt like his decision to bring Nagisa to the festival was worth it. Yes, this is where the festival will be held. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the masked parasites' battleground not too far away from here. Wu Yan didn't want to bring Nagisa along. After all, he had work to do, so it wasn't appropriate for him to come and play. Although he wasn't sure of the masked parasites' combat ability, if two masked parasites could cause shockwaves in their surroundings and even destroy buildings, then conservatively speaking, the masked parasites' combat ability was at least on par with vampires with familiars. It would have been a very foolish decision to bring Sasquatch into a fight between two monsters like this. However, Wu Yan and Nagisa had just developed a relationship that went beyond friendship. If he used work to reject her when she only wanted to visit the festival, he might as well get kicked to death by a horse. However, he couldn't ignore Nagisa's safety. In the end, Wu Yan decided to bring Nagisa along. He really couldn't bear to see such a cheerful girl like Nagisa reveal such a disappointed expression. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't put Nagisa in danger either. The luxurious bathrobe she wore wasn't just for looks, it was the mobile church that Wu Yan spent a large amount of mana to create. With the mobile church as the ultimate defensive barrier, as long as the masked parasite wasn't a demigod, Nagisa's safety was guaranteed. The mobile church was created by chanting without any necessary procedures or rituals. Once the mana Wu Yan infuses into it runs out, the mobile church will disappear. But, there's nothing he can do about it. If he wants to go through all the necessary procedures, it's going to take a lot of time. It's not something that can be done in a day or two. That was the only thing he could do for now. But, this didn't affect them too much. The mana Wu Yan left in the mobile church is enough to support the mobile church for a day and a night. That's more than enough. Nagisa was disappointed when she heard that the beautiful bathrobe could only last for a day and a night. She really liked the bathrobe. Everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the masked parasite to appear. "Teacher. Come here." Wu Yan looked up and he saw Nagisa waving at him. He ran over to her. "What's wrong? Tired from playing?" "Of course not." Nagisa made a funny face at Wu Yan and grumbled. "It's rare for us to come out for a festival. Why do you look so tired?" "It's not that I'm tired, I'm just thinking about something." Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged. "Didn't I tell you? Even if we come out, I won't be able to play to my heart's content. I still have work to do." "But they're not here yet, right?" Nagisa tilted her head and tried to recall. "The masked parasite or something." Wu Yan nodded and knocked on Nagisa's head. "But you really came with me, okay? Aren't you afraid of demons?" "Teacher. Teacher, didn't you say they weren't demons? They were transformed normal humans?" Nagisa smiled mischievously. "Since they're not demons, Nagisa isn't afraid. But it's still dangerous. Don't you have this dress?" Nagisa twirled in a circle and smiled happily. She seemed to really like her dress. "Didn't you say I'll be fine with it protecting me?" "That's true. You are right." Wu Yan opened his mouth but he sighed in the end. "Anyway, you can play to your heart's content, but once I leave, you have to hide somewhere safe. That's what we agreed on, got it?" "Got it. Got it." Nagisa giggled and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. They ran forward. "Before that, teacher, you have to play with me. That's what we agreed on." "Yes, yes, yes." Wu Yan replied helplessly. After that, the two of them put all their attention on the ceremony. Under Nagisa's lead, the commercial street was filled with the two of them. They fished for goldfish, bought food, played games, and handed out gifts. They visited almost every stall. It didn't take long for them to fill their stomachs with gifts. Some of these gifts were requested by Nagisa, some were prizes he won in the game, some were for fun, and some were for coterie, yukaina, koju, and the others. He spent quite a bit of money on them. Fortunately, the salary of an attack mage is quite high. Wu Yan is also a teacher. His two salaries are enough to cover the income of some of the higher classes. Even if he doesn't, Wu Yan still has a bunch of gold coins he brought from Spalier World. The ring of gold has an uncountable amount of wealth. It's more than enough to buy the entire Itagami Island. The only problem is whether they'll sell it or not. It was also because of this that Nagisa decided to be extravagant for once. Normally, she liked to shop, but she had never been so careless as she was today. It was a great way to vent her womanly heart. Until a certain moment. Boom, 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 boom. Along with a burst of colorful flashes of light, in the sky, one after another dazzling fireworks brought out a series of muffled sounds, in the night sky, blossoming. The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly faded. He looked up at the sky. There's no festival to be held at this time of the year. The reason there's a festival is to hide it from the public. No one would be naive enough to think that the battle against the masked parasite wouldn't cause a phenomenon. The fireworks during the festival will cover up part of the phenomenon. The fireworks are a secret signal set by the management of the artificial island. Once the masked parasite appears, it will be the signal. His gaze swept across the horizon. Then, two meteor-like tails of light entered Wu Yan's sight. Chapter 941. The true appearance of the two shooting stars was that of two short girls. One had long black hair and the other had long silver hair. They wore clothes made of fur, exposing their arms, thighs, abdomens, and shoulders. Their slender hands and feet flashed with white skin, but one could faintly see strange patterns formed by cold lines. They wore masks on their faces, but only their eyes were not covered. On their backs, there were strange glowing wings. If one didn't look at the masks, they would look like two fallen angels dancing in the night sky. However, under the influence of the masks, these two young girls looked more like monsters than angels. Furthermore, they weren't just dancing around each other. Like meteors, the two masked parasites streaked across the night sky and crashed into each other. The sonic booms around them told everyone how powerful their collisions were. Extending their wings, they flew and turned their wings into cannons. Every time they extended their wings, beams of scorching light would shoot out from their wings toward their opponents. Then, they would be blocked by a barrier that was flashing with an unknown luster and floating like steam. The light beams that were blocked didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they bounced back, turning into rays of refracted light that shot out in all directions, including the ground. Amidst the rumbling sounds, flames suddenly appeared. The roads and buildings on the ground were sunk and burned down one after another. Not long after, an originally intact street was blasted into ruins by the impact. Fortunately, the residents on the street were evacuated. Otherwise, there would be casualties. As the battle between the two masked parasites got fiercer, the area of destruction was getting bigger and bigger. It wouldn't be long before the battle was over. Soon, the festival will be affected as well. Teacher. Only Wu Yan and Nagisa saw this amidst the fireworks. When she saw the intense battle between the two masked parasites, Nagisa leaned towards Wu Yan uneasily. Wu Yan retracted his gaze and hugged Nagisa's shoulder. Nagisa, you stay here, I'll go out for a bit. Are you okay? Nagisa ignored her embarrassment and grabbed Wu Yan's arm, her face full of worry. Those two masked parasites seem to be very powerful. That's nothing. Wu Yan chuckled. He comforted her. I'm very good, too. Those two masked parasites are nothing in front of me. Nagisa's worry dissipated when she heard Wu Yan's arrogant words. Her red eyes turned to Wu Yan and stared straight at him. Be careful. Don't worry. He patted her head. Wu Yan flashed her a wide smile before disappearing from the spot. Nagisa turned her gaze towards the two masked parasites, clasping her hands together as if praying. In the sky, the two masked parasites were engaged in a chase. Beams of light shot out from their wings like laser cannons. Amidst the air explosions, the beams landed on each other. However, the two masked parasites seemed to have some sort of defense on them. Like a protective shield, it protected them from all the incoming light beams, deflecting them one by one. It was without a doubt that if this continued, the battle would never end. However, the two masked parasites didn't consider that at all. They were still pacing back and forth while shooting at each other. Only at certain times would they shoot at each other. Every time that happened, the masked parasites' defenses would reveal a flaw. Their meteor-like silhouettes crossed each other. The two masked parasites seemed to be on par with each other, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that the silver-haired masked parasite was stronger. Her attacks were effective far more often than the black-haired parasite. Just as the two masked parasites were about to clash once more, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Crimson spatial ripples rippled out, and waves of black iron sand swarmed out from the ripples. Like collars, the iron sand waves gathered and shot into the air. They vibrated violently before crashing down on the two masked parasites. Bang! Bang! Following two muffled thuds, the iron sand wave split into two and crashed down like a waterfall, smashing into the two masked parasites and pushing them to the ground. Thud! The iron sand waterfall came crashing down from the sky like a mountain falling from the sky. After a loud crash, a 10-meter deep crater was formed on the ground. The two masked parasites were lying in the crater. Before they could get up, the iron sand tide that blotted out the sky rushed down again and landed on them. At once, the two masked parasites struggled as though they were in a high-pressure water current. They waved their limbs crazily and roared wildly, letting out strange roars one after another. Looking at the two masked parasites who couldn't get up from the ground due to the impact of the iron sand, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and turned on the system to look at the ground. Masked parasite, level 70. They were just ordinary people who were modified by some unknown tactic. How did they have the strength of a Tier 8 fighter? What kind of tactic was used to modify them? Wu Yan is a bit surprised. This is to be expected. If he can get his hands on a technique that can turn a normal person into a Tier 8, he would be able to create an endless supply of Tier 8 individuals. Unfortunately, Wu Yan cut off this thought as soon as it flashed through his mind. If he could really create an endless stream of Tier 8 fighters, why would these two masked parasites kill each other? And why would there only be two masked parasites every time they killed each other? There was no doubt that this tactic that could create masked parasites must have some major flaw or limitation. Moreover, Wu Yan, who had 103,000 books of knowledge, could not see the truth of this world's tactics. However, with the vast amount of knowledge in his mind, it was only a matter of minutes for him to deduce the general composition of a tactic. Therefore, he knew that a tactic that could mass-produce powerhouses either did not exist, or there must be some necessary conditions to be met. This condition is usually not easy to achieve. In fact, one might not be able to achieve it even after spending a lifetime of effort. Perhaps, that was the real reason why the masked parasites were killing each other. Who knows? If the strength of the masked parasite only surprised Wu Yan a little and allowed him to understand a little bit of the structure of the modification tactic, then the other silver-haired masked parasite shocked Wu Yan to the point of being horrified. It's not because she's strong, it's because he expected to see the same prefix, masked parasite, in the system's information. Instead, he saw a term he didn't expect no matter how hard he tried. Knace Cannon, level 75. Knace Cannon. Wu Yan looked at the silver-haired masked parasite who was struggling under the onslaught of the iron sand. His face was full of shock. Knace is a masked parasite? In an instant, Wu Yan felt his mind go blank. He suddenly remembered his second dungeon mission. Save the artificial angel, Knace Cannon. Could it be that this so-called masked parasite was actually the artificial angel mentioned in the second quest? Artificial angel. Wu Yan's expression turned ugly. No wonder these masked parasites had the strength of a Tier 8 fighter. If they were related to angels, it would be strange if they didn't have the strength. Chapter 942. Roar. Suddenly, a strange roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss. The two masked parasites were completely covered by the black iron sand. The roar jolted Wu Yan out of his daze. Then, Wu Yan felt the iron sand under his control suddenly become lighter. Down below in the crater, a dazzling barrier resembling an aurora appeared around the two masked parasites. Like dispersing steam, it could be clearly seen flashing rapidly amidst the black iron sand. Then, the two masked parasites actually stood up from the iron sand waterfall, flapping the wings on their backs as they swiftly flew up. The iron sand that struck them seemed to have struck two afterimages. The sand passed through their bodies and hit the ground. The two masked parasites turned illusory as they shuttled through the iron sand and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Arg! Following two deep roars, the two masked parasites attacked at the same time. Dazzling lightsabers flashed in their hands. Like a dance, the lightsabers drew two distorted ribbons of light in the air as they viciously pierced towards Wu Yan, including Kanace Natsuan. His pupils constricted as he stared at the two masked parasites who were wielding the lightsabers without showing any mercy. To be more precise, it was Kanace Natsuan. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and his body suddenly trembled. Bang! An enormous magic torrent so thick that even the air trembled violently erupted from Wu Yan's body. The sudden eruption of magic torrent transformed into an explosive cyclone. Before the two masked parasites could react, the cyclone slammed into their bodies. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The black-haired masked parasite howled as if she had been struck by a hammer and was sent flying. As for Kanace Natsuan, before she was sent flying, Wu Yan grabbed her arm. He pulled her back. Stop! Yees! Looking at the heavy mask, Wu Yan couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand. Thinking back to when they first met a few days ago, Kanace Canon was pure, and as beautiful as an angel. But now, her angel-like appearance contained a strong ominous aura. The mask on her face made her look like a living dead with the shell of an angel. Wu Yan couldn't believe that Canon Kanace would look like this. To think that it would turn out like this. Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's call. Canon paused for a moment. Her blue eyes, the only exposed part of her face, seemed to be struggling, but it quickly returned to its normal state. Canon stretched out her other hand, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. Immediately, Kanace Natsuya grabbed the ball of light and pressed her hand against Wu Yan's chest. However, she missed. Wu Yan appeared from the void not far away. He raised his head, his expression turning ugly. Of course, he didn't believe that the holy Kanace Canon would turn into a monster that only knows how to attack people. He was familiar with all kinds of spells, so he could see her current state. Has she lost her self-awareness? He inhaled a mouthful of cold air, suppressing his restless emotions and calming himself down. He stared at Kanace Canon for a moment, then glanced at the other masked parasite. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Let's capture her first. With that in mind, Wu Yan ignored Kanace Canon and used a teleportation spell. In a flash, he reappeared behind the black-haired masked parasite. Pack! Kiran placed his hand on the masked parasite's body, and a tremendous amount of mana gushed out from the masked parasite. The mana surged up to the sky and twisted slightly, forming 3 black halos. Descend! With a cold shout, the black halo in the air trembled and flashed down. It shrouded the masked parasite and shrunk like thick ropes, binding the masked parasite tightly. The black-haired masked parasite seemed to have sensed danger. She immediately tried to struggle, but an inexplicable force surged out of the halo that bound her firmly. It made her body stiffen, and all the strength in her body seemed to have been sucked out in an instant. She did not even have the strength to roar. All she could do was let out a muffled groan and weakly pull her body down. Whoosh! A sonic boom came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed as he turned around. He grabbed the masked parasite with his free hand and he grabbed the hand of the assailant. Roar! Kanace Natsuan struggled like a madwoman as she tried to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. However, if you look closely, you can see that her blue eyes are wavering. Occasionally, she would look like she's in pain. The ominous aura surrounding her was tainted with a sorrowful aura. Kanace, stop! Wu Yan wanted to knock Kanace Canon out with a single blow, but he saw the wavering and pain in her eyes. His heart softened and he showed pity. I don't want to fight you. After being transformed into a masked parasite, or rather, a false angel, Hanase Canon has lost all rationality and is under someone's control. When he thought of the pitiful saintess being reduced to such a state, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to kill her. Hearing Wu Yan's words, the wavering in Canon's eyes became more intense. At the same time, the pain in her eyes became more intense. Wu Yan was delighted to see this. It seems that Hanase Canon hasn't completely lost her mind yet. Perhaps, I can summon her consciousness back. Hanase. Just as Wu Yan was about to summon Canon's consciousness back, the mask on Canon's face let out an ear-piercing screech. The screech sounded like a high-pitched metal song, it also sounded like metal scraping against metal. Amidst the screech, the wavering and pain in Canon's eyes were extinguished at an unimaginable speed. Before Wu Yan could react, her eyes were filled with malice. TSK. The sound of tearing leather was heard. The joy on Wu Yan's face froze. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know when, but Hanase Canon's other hand grew sharp nails, they looked like cat claws. While Wu Yan was trying to wake her up, she stabbed Wu Yan in the chest, tearing through his flesh and piercing his heart. His wine-red eyes wavered as he saw the emptiness in Hanase Natsuen's eyes. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, he managed to force a smile. He looked like he's in a terrible state. It's not that easy. Not far away, on the commercial street where the ceremony is being held. Nagisa stood quietly on the spot. She lifted her head and stared at the night sky behind the fireworks. Her face was filled with anxiety. She didn't fit in with the lively atmosphere around her. This scene has been going on since Wu Yan left. Others may think Nagisa was watching the fireworks, but in reality, she wasn't looking at the fireworks. She was watching the battle in the sky through the fireworks. She didn't let her guard down for a second. Nagisa saw Wu Yan's heart being pierced by a winged masked parasite with a mask on its back. Sensei. Nagisa's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Her heart clenched as if she felt the pain coming from Wu Yan's body when his heart was pierced. Without any hesitation, Nagisa ran towards Wu Yan's direction. Chapter 943. Tisk. Another tearing sound was heard. Canon pulled out the claw that pierced through Wu Yan's heart. Dark red blood splattered everywhere as Canon pulled her hand back. Without the blockage, Wu Yan's blood gushed out from the hole in his chest. Like a fountain, the blood splattered on the ground and formed a small pool of blood. The pool of blood continued to expand as the sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Resisting the urge to howl in pain, Wu Yan clenched his teeth. He didn't loosen his grip on the masked parasite. Instead, he tightened his grip on Hanase. The masked parasite loosened his grip on Hanase's arm and he reflexively swung his arm at Hanase. Dong! Wu Yan's hand failed to land on Canon's body. Instead, it was blocked by a thick layer of steam. Canon took the opportunity to fly away from Wu Yan. Damn it! Wu Yan cursed as he clutched his chest. He was panting, but strangely, his heart calmed down. The hideous wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart also healed in an instant. The speed of recovery was terrifying. In terms of vitality and recovery, Wu Yan's primogenitor blood is far superior to the primogenitor of this world. If it was Koju, he would have suffered such a fatal blow. I'm afraid that he won't be able to recover without a few hours, right? After all, the primogenitor of this world was cursed by God. Unlike Wu Yan, who is similar to the elves, they are not close to nature. Even if they do not age or die, they are still cursed creatures. Their recovery speed is not as good as Wu Yan's. That mask. Wu Yan allowed his wounds to heal as he stared at the mask on Canon's face. His eyes flickered. Is the mask controlling Canon? If I destroy it, will Canon recover? This thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan had a new plan. However, a voice sounded. Wu Yan, who had already calmed himself down, suddenly became agitated again. Sensei. His calm expression was instantly shattered. Wu Yan turned pale with fright. He turned to the source of the voice. On the ground, Nagisa was wearing a luxurious bathrobe. She was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. She's coming. Nagisa. Wu Yan's expression changed as he shouted at Nagisa. Don't come over. Nagisa was completely overwhelmed by her panic. She had forgotten that Wu Yan was an immortal vampire. She sped up when Wu Yan shouted at her. She even threw off her wooden clogs. Idiot! Wu Yan only had time to say this before a deep roar echoed in front of him. Roar, Kanace cannon flapped her wings and a brilliant light flowed from them, gathering at the tip of her wings. Immediately after, beams of light containing a destructive aura shot out, aimlessly shooting at Yi Shiwen. One of them was headed straight for Nagisa. Sensing an explosion and a sliver of light above her head, Nagisa reflexively looked up. Then, her vision was covered by the flickering light of the light beam. The light beam was rapidly expanding in Nagisa's eyes. Damn it! Wu Yan's expression twisted when he saw the beam about to hit Nagisa. Nagisa still had the mobile church, but that was not the reason he could watch her get attacked. Wu Yan wanted to teleport to Nagisa's side, but something unexpected happened. Kaboom! Like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, there was a loud explosion. Whoosh! An extremely powerful mana fluctuation surged out from the ground below, bringing with it a dense sound wave and surging airflow. It spread out like a shockwave, and everywhere it passed, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground in the blink of an eye. That beam of light trembled for a moment and its speed dropped sharply. Starting from the front, it started to freeze bit by bit. Then, like a popsicle, it fell to the ground. In just a second, the ground within a radius of a few hundred meters was covered by a layer of ice. At the same time, a cold air so cold that it caused the temperature of the human body to drop to the freezing point enveloped the world. Looking at the formation of the land of ice, Wu Yan is completely stunned. His eyes are filled with disbelief, even his consciousness is in a state of chaos, showing how shocked the owner of this place is. On the ground, Nagisa stopped running and stood at the center of the ice. Her head was lowered so no one could see her expression. The ponytail on her head had disappeared without a trace. Her black hair drooped down in accordance with the pull of gravity, draping over her shoulders. A faint blue light surrounded her body, and an icy aura lingered around her. No, it wasn't just an icy aura. There was also a huge amount of mana comparable to Wu Yan's. The main culprit behind the land of ice was Nagisa herself. The source of the mana comparable to a true ancestor was Nagisa herself. She raised her head. On her face that was wrapped in a faint blue light, her eyes had lost their usual liveliness, as though she had lost her consciousness. Her irises were wide open, and there was no longer any emotion in them. Before anyone could react, Nagisa's mana swelled and a huge figure appeared behind her. It was a beautiful figure that was more than 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters tall. Her entire body was a faint blue like an icy river. Her figure was shaped like a mermaid but also like a demon bird with a remnant of its symbol. Its upper body was similar to that of a human female, with some heavy armor covering its chest and ribs. Its face was also covered with a metal mask that covered its nose, or rather, it was a metal crown with a red gem embedded at the top. Its lower body was an ice-blue fish tail with illusory scales on it. In addition, there was a pair of wings on the back of the figure. There were 2 metal armbands on the arms. The hands were humanoid, but the nails were sharp claws. They were slightly curved like a bird's claws. It looked very frightening. A flower-shaped ice crown extended from the edge of her metal mask. It was like hair, moving back and forth. Her long hair, black or dark blue, fluttered in the wind, accompanied by an icy cold air. Her eyes, which were exposed outside the mask, flickered with a dark red light. It was both fascinating and chilling. Mixed with the icy blue aura, the huge figure stood behind Nagisa like an icy river. That's... Wu Yan was shocked. Nagisa's magic power isn't any weaker than his own. He was shocked. That's a vassal beast. That's right. A huge figure. A vassal beast. A vassal beast that only vampires can command. Why? Why does Nagisa have a vassal beast? Vampires weren't the only ones who could summon vassal beasts. In fact, anyone could do so. However, vassal beasts had the side effect of draining the host's life force. Unless the host was an immortal vampire, the host's lifespan would be greatly reduced, or even completely depleted. In other words, Nagisa, who isn't a vampire, has a vassal beast in her body. Her life is coming to an end. However, Nagisa didn't seem to be affected by it. She raised her head, revealing a stiff and expressionless face that was different from before. She looked up at Kanae's cannon with disdain. Whoosh! In an instant, the ice vassal beast swung her tail. The long fish tail seemed to have expanded countless times and turned into a bolt of ice. It whipped Kanae's cannon like a giant whip. Bang! Cannon did not react in time. Before she could activate her protective barrier, the ice fish tail slammed into her body and sent her flying. Following a trail of blood, Kanae's cannon's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She was sent flying into the night sky with a sonic boom. She disappeared. Chapter 944. Everything happened too quickly. Before Wu Yan could react, Kanae's cannon was sent flying. She disappeared into the night sky, her aura completely gone. She was either too injured to continue fighting or she chose to retreat. She must be the mastermind behind the transformation of Cannon into a fake angel. Wu Yan's eyes trembled as he watched Cannon disappear. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to give up on pursuing her. Compared to Kanae's cannon, there are more important things waiting for him to do. Wu Yan teleported back to the ground. He landed on the ground and faced forward. In front of him, Nagisa was surrounded by a faint blue light. The ice familiars guarding Nagisa were facing him from afar. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he tossed the masked parasite to the ground like a piece of trash. Then, he ignored the masked parasite. The halo that restrained the masked parasite was no ordinary tactic. It was fine if it didn't hit, but once it was restrained by the tactic, it was almost impossible to break free as long as the opponent's strength didn't exceed the caster's by too much. That's because the binding spell is effective. It has the ability to neutralize the target's power. Even if a real angel got hit, they wouldn't be able to break free unless they have some sort of mystical ability, let alone a fake angel created from an ordinary human. Wu Yan can now focus on the task at hand. Wu Yan glanced at the ice familiars. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the expressionless Nagisa. Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than Nagisa's. You're not Nagisa, are you? Wu Yan's demonic aura reverberated in the air along with his chilling voice, clashing with the cold air around him. It blew them away. Who are you? Nagisa asked. Nagisa slowly raised her head. Her half-closed eyes stared at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's mana isn't any weaker than hers, her eyes widened. She seemed surprised. She also seemed amused. Her lips curled into a stiff smile. The expression on his face did not change at all. He had such a strange expression, as if he was harboring evil intentions. The sound of rustling could be heard. It rang out. This was a deep voice that seemed to come from the horizon. One could faintly hear Nagisa's voice, but it seemed to be lacking in spirit, lacking in vigor and rhythm. You're not as simple as you seem. That's why, if you don't want to disappear from this world, you better answer me honestly. Wu Yan's voice is so cold it's almost as cold as the surrounding air. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in Nagisa's body. I have spells in my head that can deal with souls or consciousnesses attached to other bodies. It's rare for Wu Yan to threaten someone like that. He had no choice. Nagisa was in Nagisa's body. If he had any ill intentions, Nagisa herself would be in danger. If anything went wrong, Nagisa might lose her life. Ignoring everything else, Wu Yan was able to determine the level of the ice familiar in a single glance. It was definitely a true ancestor-level familiar. Judging by its power, this ice familiar is no ordinary primogenitor-level familiar. Even Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar, let alone Gu Cheng's incomplete familiars. Ignoring their special abilities, Wu Yan's own familiars are at the same level as this ice familiar. He didn't know if he could expel a familiar like that from Nagisa's body. More importantly, the ice familiar had been released by the consciousness that possessed Nagisa. Familiars have the side effect of consuming their host's life force. The side effect of a true ancestor's familiar is even more terrifying. It won't take long for the familiar to drain a newborn's life force to death. Right now, the ice familiar was being released by the consciousness attached to Nagisa's body. It didn't affect Nagisa in any way. However, if the consciousness were to leave Nagisa's body, the ice familiar would definitely die if it were to stay outside for a while. To prevent any accidents from happening that might endanger Nagisa's life, Wu Yan had no choice but to threaten her. Oh. Nagisa's smile seemed to widen a little. Her monotonous tone had a hint of joy in it. She seemed to be in a better mood. Do you care about this girl a lot? Nagisa spoke slowly. That's right, you've already gotten to this point with her. It's only natural that you care about her. Nagisa's mouth widened into a smile and she laughed for the first time. Furthermore, this girl also cares about you a lot. She clearly only knew how to circle around that young man and call him, brother. To be able to do this, you're quite capable, brother. Wu Yan frowned. You know ancient city? Ha. Nagisa didn't answer directly. She used her unique voice and chuckled. That young man is still far away. As the fourth primogenitor, he still has a long way to go. Before that, I don't know him. Wu Yan's frown deepened. He looked at Nagisa impatiently. After saying so much, you still haven't made it clear who you are. In that regard, I guess we're in the same boat. Nagisa lifted her chin and she looked at Wu Yan. What about you? Who the hell are you? Ordinary vampires? That doesn't seem possible. Or a direct descendant of those annoying primogenitors. But his strength seems to be too strong. Other than us, there shouldn't be any vampire stronger than that snake charmer. Or. Nagisa paused, confused, and asked seriously, are you on the same level as me? Without a certain level of understanding, one wouldn't be able to understand what Nagisa is talking about. However, Wu Yan got the gist of her words. You're a primogenitor? Wu Yan said with uncertainty. Then, he quickly dismissed the idea. No, that shouldn't be. Don't worry. Nagisa's voice returned to its usual calm state. She said softly, with your level, you'll know sooner or later. It's best if no one knows of my existence. Nagisa strode towards Wu Yan. Behind her, the ice familiar slowly dissipated into thin air. She retracted her magic power back into Nagisa's tiny body. Wu Yan was confused but he retracted his magic power as well. All that was left was the frozen ground. Stopping in front of Wu Yan, Nagisa reached out and caressed his face as Wu Yan frowned. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming this girl. On the contrary, I will do my best to protect her. As she spoke, she lifted her face and tiptoed towards Wu Yan's face. Fifth true ancestor of unknown origin, for the sake of this girl, I will acknowledge you a little." With these words, Nagisa kissed Wu Yan's lips. Wu Yan only felt an extremely soft touch on his lips as he took control of her icy lips. Then, an inexplicable icy aura entered his mouth and integrated into his body. At this moment, Wu Yan was still in a daze. In the next moment, a faint connection connected with the Nagisha in front of him through his senses. As if she had completed her mission, Nagisa separated. The faint blue light on her body disappeared. She returned to her original form and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly hugged Nagisa. Wu Yan was silent for a long time as he looked at Nagisa's sleeping face and the connection he felt from her body. Chapter 945. Itagami Island, Shore. A luxurious yacht. Oceanus Grave, as always, shone with extravagant lights. The waves gently lapped against the shore, illuminating a corner of Itagami Island at night. Wearing a white suit that seemed to never change, Vatler stood at the top deck of the Ocean's Grave with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a wine glass. The glass was filled with the finest red wine, but Vatler didn't seem to want to taste it at all. He swirled the wine in his hand, the red wine swirled in his hand. It gave off an intoxicating aroma. His blue eyes stared at a certain direction in Itagami Island. Two meteors collided in that direction. Vatler's lips curled into a smirk. It's like raising venomous insects. Let them fight and devour each other after being modified by the tactics, thereby obtaining the center of the spiritual body and storing it in their own body. In this way, even with the capacity of an ordinary human body, they can accept the divine energy flowing in from a higher dimension without overloading, so that their spirituality can sublimate, evolve, and finally turn into a real angel. Vatler was so happy that he closed his eyes and laughed as if he had thought of that scene. Indeed, if that's the case, things will get more interesting. The smile on Vatler's face gradually turned sinister as he spoke. It was obvious that Vatler wasn't afraid of the angel he spoke of. Instead, he seemed to be looking forward to it. He was looking forward to a fight with the angel. Huh. Vatler laughed for a while as he held his forehead. Then, he quickly suppressed the intense feeling in his heart and calmed himself down. Well, I can't get too excited. He took a deep breath. Vatler said as if he was intoxicated. The current angel isn't complete. The core of the spirit body isn't complete. She can't be considered a true angel. Furthermore, it's not appropriate to attack an angel. After all, she was created for that purpose. Vatler abruptly paused and lifted his head to look at the night sky in front of him. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This mana, is it Wu Yan? Or Koku? Vatler narrowed his eyes as he quickly denied his own guess. No. Wu Yan and Koku's mana don't feel like this. But if it's not Wu Yan and Koku, who else on Itagami Island could have this level of mana? Vatler's expression turned gloomy. Then, he sensed a magical power that wasn't inferior to the former. This is Wu Yan. Vatler knew who the mana belonged to. What's going on? Two true ancestor-level mana, and the other one isn't even an ancient city. Vatler's handsome face slowly sank. His eyes fluctuated, indicating that his heart was shaken. Let's go take a look. As soon as Vatler made his decision, the two abnormally powerful mana disappeared at the same time, causing him to stop on the spot. Vatler looked pensive as he gazed at the area where the mana appeared. It didn't take long before his expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Itagami Island, I can't get bored even if I wanted to. It's great to be here. Vatler's smile widened as he slowly turned around to face the front of the deck. Am I right? Fifth primogenitor. A gust of wind blew onto the deck of the yacht. When the wind died down and everything returned to normal, a figure appeared in front of Vatler. His thin clothes billowed in the night breeze. His bangs fluttered in the wind. Wu Yan stared at Vatler with his wine-red eyes. He didn't say anything. In his arms, a petite figure was lying there with her eyes closed like a sleeping child. Her expression was very peaceful. No one who saw this scene would believe that she had just frozen an area of a few hundred meters into ice in a breath's time. This scene is really nostalgic. Vatler smiled as he said something that did not match his expression. When we first met, it was like this as well, right? Without that girl. He looked at the sleeping Nagisa in Wu Yan's arms. Vatler was curious. Then, could she be the owner of that magic power just now? Wu Yan didn't answer Vatler's question. Instead, a magic power so thick that it cracked the deck started expanding from his body. Vatler was stunned. He looked at Wu Yan in shock. He didn't expect Wu Yan to greet him in this manner. However, the next moment, Vatler's surprise turned into astonishment. Wang! Dense ice-blue cold air spread out in the space without any warning. With Wu Yan at the center, or more accurately, with Nagisa at the center, the deck froze and was covered in a layer of ice. Then, Nagisa's body flashed with blue light. A small figure appeared behind Wu Yan. This figure is what shocked Vatler. She has a female upper body, fishtail-like lower body, and wings on her back. She looks like a mermaid in an icy river, or a queen in a world of snow. It was the ice familiar that had been released by Nagisa's consciousness form before. Now, the ice familiar has appeared again. Though it was released from Nagisa's body, Wu Yan was the one who provided it with life and mana. This is the acknowledgement the body of consciousness mentioned, the acknowledgement it gave to Wu Yan. The right to summon an ice familiar. That's... Vatler stared blankly at the giant ice familiar before him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Words came out of his throat as if he was venting his anger. Ulreskagla's ice. Wu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally lifted his head when he heard this. So you do know this familiar? Wu Yan had a hunch that Vatler might know her when he heard the word Snake Charmer from Nagisa's avatar. Now, it seems like he's most likely on the mark. Tell me, Vatler. Vatler. Wu Yan glanced at Vatler. Who is this familiar's master? You don't know? Vatler's shocked gaze landed on Wu Yan. That's Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora? Wu Yan frowned. Was Agrora the body of consciousness that possessed Nagisa? Who is Agrora? You don't know anything? This time, Vatler's shock was directed at Wu Yan. When he saw Wu Yan's frown, he laughed happily. To think that you don't even know about Agrora and her Ulreskagla ice, but you have the blood of a true ancestor in your body. As the 5th true ancestor, you're really not qualified to be the 5th true ancestor. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and his gaze turned cold. Vatler didn't notice the change in his expression, he just kept on laughing. But this is interesting. A 5th primogenitor who doesn't know anything. Interesting. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a cold fish tail swung out and smashed into Vatler's body. Yua! Vatler screamed and flew into the air. His body was riddled with wounds, and he fell into the sea far away. The water there was dyed red. Tch. Wu Yan scowled. He didn't even look at the area. Even though he was mentally prepared for Vatler's sarcastic remarks, he was still in a terrible mood at this moment. Wu Yan cut off the supply of mana to Ulreskagla Chigs and he disappeared from the deck with Nagisa in his arms after she recalled her familiar. Chapter 946. She didn't know when the moon and stars appeared in the night sky as well. The moon and stars shone faintly above Itagami Island. Even though their presence was weak, they still tried their best to bring some light to the dark night, selflessly contributing to the darkness. The waves slowly approached Itagami Island at night. They were like soldiers trying to invade Itagami Island, trying to take over the island. Alas, every attempt failed. Despite being surrounded, Itagami Island remained unscathed. In the silence of the night, it was trying to convey something. In a daze, her consciousness gradually returned to her mind. A soft groan from her subconscious mind broke the silence. Nagisa woke up in a daze. After some strenuous effort, she opened her eyes and took in the surrounding light into her pupils. "I'm awake." When Nagisa opened her eyes, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. She saw Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju standing in a circle. They looked at her from top to bottom. When they saw her waking up, the four of them looked happy. "Sensei. Kotori-chan. Yukina-chan. Kojo-kun." Nagisa looked around in confusion. When she woke up, she realized she was lying on her bed. She sat up and bumped into Yukaina, who was closest to her. "Ah! Ouch!" Nagisa and Yukaina both groaned in pain. They clutched their heads in pain. Her eyes were brimming with tears, which made the people around her laugh out loud. "You're so energetic, I guess you're fine." As though she was relieved, Kotori put the pearl she had been holding into her mouth. Her voice was as calm as ever. She didn't seem to care about Nagisa's life or death. Only Wu Yan, who knows her well, knows that it's just a habit of hers. "Ah." Nagisa rubbed her forehead and tilted her head. "Why is everyone here? Did you forget?" "Nagisa." Koju stuffed his hands into the pockets of his jacket. He glanced at Wu Yan and he continued with a tone of indescribable emotion. "She said something to Sasa. You went to the festival with that vampire teacher over there, and we didn't know." Wu Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Nagisa was stunned for a moment before she recalled what happened. She panicked. "Sensei. Are you alright?" Abruptly, he leaned in front of Wu Yan. Nagisa rubbed Wu Yan's chest and she started yelling at the same time. "I saw Sensei's heart get pierced by that masked parasite. How are you? Are you alright? Did you see a doctor? Do you need an 4 drip? Can an 4 drip heal the wound?" "Nagisa, I remember you need an electric shock when your heart is injured, but we don't have anything that can heal it. What should I do?" Looking at Nagisa panicking and shooting out words like a machine gun, no one could understand her. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju were stunned. They didn't know how to react. After a while, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry." Wu Yan shook his head and covered Nagisa's hand with his own. "Did you forget? I'm an immortal vampire. I can recover from that kind of injury in a matter of minutes," Nagisa said. Before Nagisa could react, Yukaina smiled bitterly. Vampires were indeed immortal, but that was on the basis of a normal life. If the brain that controlled the magic and the heart that controlled the most important blood of a vampire were damaged, then, other than a primogenitor, no vampire could survive that kind of injury. In other words, if Wu Yan's heart was pierced and he survived, he wouldn't be able to survive unless he was a primogenitor vampire. At least, that was the case for vampires in the bloodlust frenzy world. But now, the other party was saying that his heart was damaged and that it would only take a few minutes for him to recover. Yukaina didn't know what to say. Nagisa, who wasn't familiar with vampires, believed him. She paused for a moment before sighing in relief. There was still a trace of worry on her face. "It's good that you're fine." Wu Yan nodded with a smile. Nagisa also smiled brightly. She was unusually cute, but Koju wasn't happy. Koju had an ugly grin on his face when he saw Wu Yan covering Nagisa's hand with his own and pressing it against his chest. "How long do you want to hold hands like that?" Nagisa exclaimed when she heard Koju's annoyance. She blushed and pulled her hand back. She smiled embarrassedly. Although she and Wu Yan have already developed a relationship that goes beyond friendship, it's not a relationship that can be casually mentioned. After all, Wu Yan is a sensei and she's a student. More importantly, this sensei has a sister who is his lover. Now, she's added to the mix. If anyone else knew about their complicated relationship, they'd probably collapse on the spot. Koju was the one who collapsed the most. On the other side, Wu Yan, Kotori, and Yukaina looked at Koju strangely. Their gazes were filled with disdain. What an irredeemable siscon. Speechless. Well, liking a younger sister isn't something to be ashamed of. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Kotori said. Senpai, you're still as perverted as ever. Yukaina said. It's not like that. Koju shouted himself hoarse. I just don't want Nagisa to be molested by that vampire teacher. Unfortunately, his explanation was ignored by everyone except Nagisa. Nagisa. Wu Yan hesitated. He stared at Nagisa's face until she blushed. Then, he opened his mouth. Did you forget? Nagisa flinched, she asked in confusion. What did I forget? Looking at Nagisa's confused expression, Wu Yan chuckled after a moment of silence. No, it's nothing. Wu Yan turned to Kotori. Kotori, take Nagisa to the shower. Kotori nodded as if she knew what Wu Yan was planning. Nagisa also felt a little sticky, so she stood up and followed Kotori out. When Kotori and Nagisa disappeared from sight, Yukaina sensed that something was wrong and asked, What's wrong? Sensei. Wu Yan looked at Koju and Yukaina. Koju, Yukaina, do you know the name Agrora? 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 Koju and Yukaina looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Sensei, you don't know Agrora? Yukaina looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She's the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. What? Wu Yan was shocked. You're saying Agrora is the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation? Yes. Yukaina looked at Wu Yan in shock. She nodded and looked at Koju. Sensei devoured the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora, a few months ago. That's how you became the fourth primogenitor. Wu Yan fell silent. Vatler had once said that the enchantress Azure Ice was Agrora's 12th familiar. Agrora was the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. Did that mean Ash Nice of the enchantress was the city's familiar? Then why is it in Nagisa's body? Is the consciousness in Nagisa's body the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation, Agrora? Wu Yan had a feeling that Koju, an ordinary human, had the ability to devour the fourth primogenitor and become the fourth primogenitor of the previous generation. After all, it was impossible for low-level vampires to devour high-level vampires without any special abilities, let alone an ordinary human like Gu Cheng who had devoured a true ancestor. Ignoring Koju and Yukaina, Wu Yan walked to the window and looked outside. He sighed. For the time being, let's deal with Kanase Natsuya first. Chapter 947. Itagami Island is a special city for demons, a place dedicated to the research of demons. Besides demons, there were also many researchers of related enterprises such as pharmaceutical, precision machinery, high-tech industries and famous research institutions on this artificial island. Their purpose was to apply the research results of demons to themselves so as to gain benefits. Some of them are even clustered together to form a research area. In the middle of the research area, there's an old street that seems to have existed since Itagami Island was built. On the street, there's a company. The outer walls were all covered with glass and looked abnormally cold. Compared to the surrounding buildings that seemed to be very old, it was undoubtedly a killjoy, but at the same time, it was an indisputable building that was dozens of meters tall. Fortunately, the sunlight could not shine here, otherwise, it would be reflected by such a huge thing covered in glass, and people would not dare to raise their heads to look at it. The name of the company is Magus Plastic. From the name, this company seems to be related to magic or attack magicians. But in fact, it was just a company that specialized in manufacturing industrial robot puppets. For example, cleaning robots were the target of this company's attempts. But now, this company only existed in name. Even the company's office building was almost abandoned. The true center of the magic shooter's workshop was a ship that was located to the east of the company building. Only a faint shadow could be seen. It was the sorcerer's commercial cargo ship, used to transport the work robot dolls produced by the sorcerer. Unfortunately, it's no longer used for transportation. It's used for unknown research. Kanace Cannon. Right now, she's on this ship. She's lying in the dim light. Kanace Cannon's eyes are wide open. She's staring blankly at the ceiling. There's no movement inside. She's like a puppet. Her pupils are dilated. Tiny streams of light swirled around Kanace Cannon's body. She's releasing an illusory light. Soon after, it formed many complicated patterns. As the flowing light surged, it was like flowing water. It's moving as if it's alive. Just by looking at this scene, one would think that Kanace Cannon was a lifelike doll. The patterns flowing on her body were the links of the doll, giving the impression that as long as one found a button, the patterns would automatically open and reveal the mechanism inside the doll. But it is true that the current Kanace Cannon can no longer be considered a human. Even she herself thinks so. The unfamiliar and uncontrollable body responded clearly in her mind and continued to change. Kanace Cannon clearly understood that her existence was slowly disappearing from this world along with these changes. Even though Kanace Cannon understood this, she didn't know how to describe her current feelings. However, one thing was for sure, she didn't feel any sadness or fear. As for the reason, part of it is because her body is changing. Her heart is disappearing. That's why her sadness and fear are leaving her. Another part of it is because after the initial sadness and fear, she knows that her hands are stained with the blood of others. She no longer believes that she has the right to have such feelings. Fake angels were nothing more than transforming a group of ordinary people with extraordinary spiritual constitutions into masked parasites. Then, they were made to kill each other, devour the spiritual centers in their bodies, and absorb them into their own bodies. From there, they would obtain enough spirituality for evolution and break through their own barriers. In the end, they would sublimate into real angels. And in order to obtain enough spirituality, one would need at least 7 spirituality centers to be able to do so. In other words, if Kanace Cannon wants to become an angel, she'll have to kill 6 of her own kind and devour a part of their bodies to reach the requirements for her own evolution. She had more or less achieved this. Even though she only hurt a few of her own kind, they also killed the others who were eliminated. Regardless of the number, Kanace Cannon can't deny that her hands are stained with blood. Right now, she's just a monster. Even if he was wearing an angel jacket. Disappearing like this isn't a bad idea. Kanace Cannon said to herself in the last bit of consciousness she had left. As the thought came to her mind, the pupils in her eyes became more dilated. Soon after, the remaining bit of consciousness also slowly dissipated. With her sluggish eyes, Kanace Cannon suddenly recalled what happened last night. In the night sky, she was still slaughtering her own kind as usual, just like her. Before the battle, she had already devoured the rest of the masked parasites. Because of this, her kind is very strong. At least, she's stronger than her previous kind. Yet, she still has the upper hand. According to this situation, if he continued to fight, then sooner or later, this fellow race member would be torn apart by his own hands, and a part of his body would be bitten off. At that time, she won't be able to control her own body. She doesn't even have much rationality left. Her compassion and kindness have all become numb in her previous battles. It was also at that time that a figure that he wasn't very familiar with, but was strangely close to, appeared. He stopped her from fighting so that she wouldn't have to hurt her own kind. Kanace Canon is grateful to him, but she also feels guilty. Because at that time, she still made a move against the person who had saved her. Kanace Canon still remembered that when she was wearing a mask, he recognized her and called out her name when she was still a human. Even though she had changed into her human form, he still didn't arrest her like he did with the other members of his race. He was even willing to hold her hand at that time and tell her, "I don't want to fight you." In the void, he held her hand and looked at her with pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding. He looked at her, who had turned into a monster, whose hands and mouth were covered in blood, and said those words that almost made her cry. But at that time, she couldn't shed any more tears. It was also at that time that Kanace Canon, who thought there was no turning back, wavered. Ever since she became a monster, for the first time in her life, she had a strong desire to return to the past. She wanted to go back to the time when she was still Kanace Canon. However, this wish only lasted for less than 10 seconds before vanishing into thin air once again. Kanace Canon saw herself piercing the chest of the man who called out to her gently. She broke his flesh, pierced his body and crushed his heart. Her heart died with him at that moment. When she looked at him again, the pity, heartache, gentleness, and understanding on his face were all gone. All that was left was a sad and pitiful smile. Kanace Canon felt the warmth of his blood on her hand. She couldn't shed any tears. This time, it's not because she can't control her tears, it's because her heart is broken. Tears have become a luxury. Then, there's no more then. His heart had already died along with the other party's heart being crushed by his own hands. Kanace Canon doesn't have any memories of what happened after that. The tattoo on her body glowed faintly. At that moment, there was only one image left in her mind. The image of the person with blood flowing out of his chest and a pitiful smile. Finally, Kanace Canon couldn't hold it in any longer and a tear rolled down her cheek. Chapter 948. Sorcerer Craft Plastic, Commercial Cargo Ship. In the middle of a room filled with all sorts of medical equipment, there is no sunlight. It looks like a hospital operating room, but it also looks like a research lab. There is a bed in the middle of the room. On the bed, Canon was lying in a vegetative state. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked like she was in a vegetative state. She lay under the light of an unknown source of light. Her body rippled like flowing water, emitting a power that no one could detect. It was acting on Canon's body. Those runes are the spirit evolution runes. They are the runes used to create artificial angels. Because of these runes, the artificial angels can transform their own spirituality into power. They can accept the divine aura from the higher dimension and transform into the shape of an angel to fight. Only by engraving the spirit evolution runes on their bodies can the artificial angels have the qualifications to evolve. This way, they can obtain the spirit core of others and increase their own spirituality. Unfortunately, not everyone can engrave the spirit evolution runes on their bodies. The first condition to transform oneself into an artificial angel is to have a certain level of spirituality. In other words, the artificial angel must have the talent to become a powerful attack mage. For example, Yukaina has a strong spirituality. Otherwise, she would not have become the Lion King organization's sword shaman. Only with a powerful spirit body would the spirit evolution tactic be effective, and the artificial angel could be born. Of course. Possessing a spiritual body was only the first condition to become a fake angel. If one wanted to become a real angel, not only would they need to gather the 7 spiritual cores, but they would also need to gather the 7 spiritual cores. Moreover, these 7 spiritual centers had to be added together to reach the level of a true angel. This is not something that can be done easily. To put it bluntly, if Kanace Canon was not one of the 7 fake angels, then the real angels would never be born. Because Kanase Kanon's spirituality was the strongest among the 7 fake angels. Her spirituality was even stronger than the other 6 fake angels combined. Just as Wu Yan guessed, a tactic that can mass-produce strong individuals either doesn't exist, or it's not. There must be a condition that needs to be met. The condition to become a fake angel was to have a powerful spiritual body. The conditions to become a true angel were so harsh that it was impossible to be born without canon or a spiritual body as powerful as canon. Not only that, but even if you become a true angel, there are still limitations. Angels could not exist in the human world. Angels who once existed in the human world had to return to their own world in the end. This was the foundation of the existence of angels. In other words, if Kanase Kanon became a real angel, she would have to leave this world sooner or later. On top of that, angels do not have self-consciousness. Simply put, they are a group of puppets that only know how to serve God. Therefore, if Kanase Kanon becomes an angel, her self-consciousness will completely disappear, and she will become a puppet from head to toe. This was the so-called ascension ceremony. However, it's not that easy for Kanase Kanon to become a real angel and ascend to heaven. On the side of Kanase Natsuen's bed, there is a person. His hair was gray. His face was solemn and he wore a pair of glasses. He looks to be in his 50s, like a doctor or a professor. He looks very knowledgeable. His name is Kanase Kensei, Kanase Kanon's father. No, to be more precise, he is Kanase Kanon's adoptive father. He is the one who engraved the spirit evolution technique on Kanase Kanon's body and turned her into a fake angel. At this moment, he was looking at Kanon, who was lying on the bed. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be in a lot of trouble. How is it? Just as Kensei Kanase was feeling distressed, a voice rang out behind him, waking him up. It was a frivolous woman in an office lady's attire. Is it bad? The woman's tone is nonchalant when she said that. It's obvious she doesn't care about Kanase Kanon but the fake angel. Kanase Kensei didn't even look at her, his gaze is still on Kanase Kanon. His brows are tightly furrowed. The situation is not good. Kanase Kensei's tone is calm even though he's troubled. The damage she received is enough to kill an ordinary person several hundred times over. Even if the orcs came, I'm afraid they would still be dead. If it wasn't for the fake angel's amazing recovery ability and the timely treatment, she would have died. The woman furrowed her brows, her face is filled with displeasure. Hasn't this monster already devoured 3 spirit centers already? Who on earth had the ability to injure her to this extent? I don't know. Kanase Kensei's tone is flat as if it has nothing to do with him. Let's not talk about who injured her for now. Anyway, she's already been treated. Coupled with the recovery ability of the fake angel, her injuries are almost healed. The real problem is the other fake angel, the other fake angel. The woman clicked her tongue and pursed her lips. Is it the fake angel that was captured by the attack officer? Ah. Kensei Yase nodded and said seriously, that fake angel also devoured a spiritual hub. Now, if XDA-7 wants to obtain enough spirituality to evolve, it needs 2 more hubs. At this point, Kensei's face sank. However, the fake angel has been captured. We only have 7 fake angels in total. If we don't get that fake angel back, XDA-7 won't be able to evolve into an angel. Is it that serious? The woman glanced at Kanase Kensei. Didn't you say that the key to this simulated angel ritual is your daughter? If it's the other fake angels, we can just find 2 more. BB. Kanase Kensei turned around and looked at the woman. I'm just a person who provides research results. It doesn't matter what the result is. If you can afford to wait, I'll do my best to do it. This time, his daughter, the one Kensei called BB, finally had a change in expression. The reason she cares so much about the fake angel is because she is a member of Sorcerer's Craft Plastic. Now that Sorcerer's Craft Plastic is facing bankruptcy, the robot dolls are no longer needed. Their company urgently needs a new product to support the company's operations. And that product is none other than the fake angel. With such a powerful combat ability, I believe that many ambitious people would be interested in the fake angel. But as Kanase Kensei said, the company is about to go bankrupt. If they continue to wait, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Kanase Kensei can afford to wait, but Sorcerer's Craft Plastic can't. Kanase Kensei's face changed. In the end, she seemed to have made a decision. She shouted at the door. "Luo! Bring that in." Hearing BB's words, Kensei Kanase froze for a moment. At this moment, a man carrying two coffin-like cabinets walked in. When Kanase Kensei saw the things in the cabinets, his face changed. There are two girls in the cabinets. Two girls with wings and masks. Fake angel. Impossible. Kanase Kensei was shocked. I only made 7 of them. Ha! BB laughed sinisterly. The so-called product should be something that can be mass-produced and bring great benefits. That's what a product is. How can 7 be enough? I see. Kanase Kensei lowered his head and said in a low voice. Clones? Although their performance is not as good as that monster over there. BB smiled evilly and said, but if it's the spiritual center, they also have it. Is it okay to use theirs? Kanase Kensei stared at BB and did not answer. He picked up a remote control. Swallow them. XDA, 7. On the bed, Kanase Kensei's blank eyes suddenly turned sinister. Not long after, the sound of flesh tearing and disgusting chewing echoed. Chapter 949. Blood flowed all over the floor of the dark room. The two cloned angels were lying on the ground. Blood was flowing out of a terrifying hole in their abdomens, spreading the blood on the ground. Most of their aura had dissipated. They were on their last breaths, not far away from death. None of them, including Kensei Kensei, BB, or the man called Luo, showed any pity on their faces. They didn't even look at them. They just let them die. Kensei Kensei and the others are looking at Canon Kanase. Canon is lying on the bed again. The glowing runes on her body are emitting an unknown power. Canon didn't seem to have left the bed. She's still staring blankly at the ceiling as if she didn't do anything. Ignoring the blood dripping from her mouth, there shouldn't be a problem this time, right? BB waved her hand tiredly and said to Kensei Kanase, the cost of cloning 2 fake angels is not small. If it doesn't work, your fake angel ritual can also be abandoned. No problem. Kensei Kanase said in a calm voice. The 6 spiritual centers in XDA 7 have stabilized. They're starting to fuse with the body. After one more ritual, XDA 7 will be able to evolve. Is that so? BB seemed to heave a sigh of relief and smiled maliciously. That's good. Otherwise, this monster has no value. So, what is the ritual that needs to be done? Battle. Fight. The glasses on Kensei Kanase's face flashed with light, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. A large-scale battle. Let XDA 7 fuse its spiritual centers with the body. This way, XDA 7 will evolve to the final stage. Then, the angel will be the strongest. It will be the strongest. Battle? BB pondered for a moment. An evil smile appeared on her face. Then, let's find the guy who injured this monster last time. To be able to injure this monster so severely that it almost died should be enough to be the target of the ritual, right? Yes. Hearing that, Kensei was silent. Not long after, he raised his head. Let's do that, heh. As if she was excited, BB's eyes turned dark red, and a pair of fangs protruded out of her mouth. She She's a vampire. Luo. Licking the corner of her mouth, BB shouted without the slightest bit of image. Bring that monster to the company. This is really troublesome. We haven't even found the person yet, what's the hurry? She grumbled as she walked towards Kanace Natsuan. She reached out her hand and grabbed Kanace Natsuan by the neck. From the looks of it, it was as if Kanace Cannon was a chicken that was lying on the chopping board. In order to put her into the pot, Kanace Cannon was lifted up. But he's destined to fail. Dong! Ryo, who was trying to reach for Kanace Natsuan, seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like an arrow. He flew past Kanace Kensei and BB and smashed into the wall behind them. Bang! The fragile wall was smashed by Ro's body. Ro's body didn't slow down at all. He was thrown out of the boat and fell into a deep slumber. Kensei Kanace and BB did not even have the time to react to the sudden change. For a moment, they were stunned there, as if they had been fixed in place and could not move. On their foreheads, a drop of sweat slid down without explanation, and their pupils constricted in hindsight. Phew, it sounded like the wind, but also like the sound of something breaking through the air. A soft sound reverberated in the air and entered their ears. In front of them, beside Kanace Cannon's bed, a silhouette slowly appeared. Kensei and BB's expressions changed. Even Cannon's blank eyes lit up when she saw the figure. Raising his head, a pair of wine-red eyes swept across Kensei and BB. Then, he looked at the ground that was covered in blood and the two fake angel clones. Finally, he threw himself onto the bed and looked at Kanace Cannon. When he saw the emptiness in her eyes and the blood at the corner of her mouth, his wine-red eyes trembled slightly. Then, they suddenly turned cold. Slowly turning around, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned indifferent. He looked at Kensei Yanasi and said in a deep voice, "Are you Kensei Kanace?" Kensei Yasa's expression froze and his voice sank. "Who are you?" "Me?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Just an incompetent teacher who can't even save a student, teacher." Kensei Yase flinched. BB took advantage of this moment to react. "How did you find this place?" Compared to Wu Yan's identity, BB was more concerned about how her secret location was discovered. There was no other way. Everything they did on this ship was illegal. How could they not care when they were invaded by someone else? "I found out about Kensei Yasa's existence from Kanace's personal information and found out where he worked. I followed the clues and found my way here." Wu Yan glanced at BB with a disdainful smile. "Impossible!" BB shouted angrily. "This is the ocean, it's not that easy to find. Don't tell me you think you won't be discovered by parking your ship on the ocean?" Wu Yan laughed. "The fake angels only appeared on Itagami Island last night. Your company is located on Itagami Island. Even if you drove the ship out, how far can you drive it? Just look around." Wu Yan glanced at BB from the corner of his eye. "Next time, if you want to do something secretive, sail the ship further away from Itagami Island. You might be able to fool a normal person, but you won't be able to fool a magician who specializes in spatial manipulation. It's just a matter of a few seconds, damn it." BB cursed. Her crimson eyes turned darker due to her anger. "If that's the case, don't even think about leaving this place." Wu Yan ignored BB's words. He turned to Kensei Yase with a strange glint in his eyes. "Let me ask you something." Wu Yan spoke with a strange tone. "You're the one who created the fake angels, right?" Kensei pushed up his glasses and nodded. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, bang! In a flash, Wu Yan appeared in front of Kensei Yase and punched him in the face. Kensei Yase's glasses shattered and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his face as he howled in pain. "What?" BB turned pale with fright. Before she could come back to her senses, a wave of magic power landed on her body and blew her away. Looking at Kensei, who is lying on the ground with his hands covering his face, Wu Yan ignored him and walked over to Kanae's cannon. Looking at her unfocused eyes, Wu Yan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan extended his hand towards Cannon. He stared into her eyes and asked gently, "Do you want to come with me?" Cannon stared blankly at the smiling Wu Yan. She didn't know if it's her subconscious or if it's just her subconscious. She reached out and placed her hand on Wu Yan's palm. After that, Cannon lost consciousness. She closed her eyes and a small teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. But this time, the teardrop didn't seem sad. Wu Yan sighed as he held Kanae's Cannon's hand. He picked her up with a big hug. His gaze swept to the back again. There were only 2 dead masked parasites left. Kensei and BB were nowhere to be seen. Wu Yan frowned and smiled bitterly. "I forgot that woman is a vampire." Wu Yan caressed Kanae Natsuya's hair before disappearing in a flash. Chapter 950. She's Kanae Natsuan. Kotori turned to Wu Yan with a pair of red eyes. The silver-haired girl looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful and holy aura. She looked at Wu Yan with a strange look in her red eyes. "Are you sure she's the target of the dungeon mission and not your target?" Wu Yan's expression was heavy and serious, but when he heard Kotori's words, the serious expression on his face crumbled, leaving behind only a grumpy expression. "She's really Kanae Natsuan," Wu Yan emphasized. "Why would you think that way?" Kotori pursed her lips and sneered. "Who told you to choose such a beautiful girl for the dungeon mission?" "It's the system's choice." Wu Yan tried to prove his innocence. "Then why are the targets of the dungeon missions always beautiful girls?" Kotori seemed to be really puzzled by this. "I remember you said you had a dungeon mission in our world where you wanted me, Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi to equip the sealing bracelet, right? This time, it's to save Kanae Natsuan." Kotori paused and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. "Could it be that in every instance Dungeon World's quest, there will be something related to beautiful girls?" Wu Yan's lips twitched and his heart started beating like a drum. That seems to be the case. In the Whirlwind Butler world, he had a dungeon mission to enroll in the White Emperor College. In order to enroll in the White Emperor College, he had to meet with the Student Council President of the White Emperor College. In other words, he had to meet with Chuju. If that's the case, he did meet the President through that dungeon mission. In the Forbidden Book of Magic World, his first dungeon mission was to save his sisters. His third dungeon mission was to defeat 3 or more characters. That's why Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku became his targets. As for the Date Battle world, there's no need to mention it. Kotori already mentioned it once. Not including the world of the Saber and Sword Dominion. In every dungeon world, there would be at least 1 or 2 quests related to cute and beautiful girls. The only dungeon world that did not have any quests related to girls was the Celestial Dominion of Swords and Sabers. Furthermore, it was a dungeon world where the quests were mandatory. In other words, every time he entered a dungeon world, the system would give him a mission. At least one of them was related to a cute girl. When he thought of this, he blushed with shame, but at the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards the system who fused with his soul. It's a good system. Wu Yan gave the system a good system card without hesitation. However, he didn't say anything to Kotori. "It's just a coincidence, it's a system mission. It has nothing to do with me." "Is that so?" Kotori looked at Wu Yan meaningfully before turning her head away. "Isn't there a saying that goes like master, like system?" "Where did you hear that from?" Wu Yan couldn't help but retort. "She's been modified, right?" "Humph." Kotori snorted and looked at Kanae Natsuan. "So, what do you plan to do with her?" Wu Yan's expression turned serious once more. He stared at Kanace Natsuan for a while before saying, "The second dungeon mission requires me to stop the ascension ritual. Save Kanace, who has been turned into a fake angel. If I can get rid of the modification spell on her, the mission should be complete." "I see." Kotori muttered to herself before turning around. She looked at Wu Yen and said, "If that's the case, it shouldn't be hard for you, right?" Kotori knows that Wu Yen has all the spell knowledge from the 103,000 grimoires in his head. His understanding of spells is the best in this world. Even if the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are from the Forbidden Tome of Magic, Wu Yen should be able to break Kanace Canon's spirit evolution tactics with his vast knowledge of tactics. Even if he doesn't know Kanace Canon's spirit evolution tactics, it shouldn't be a problem for him. However, Wu Yen shook his head. Perhaps it was simple in the past. But now, Yi's body has gathered all the conditions to evolve into an angel. She's on the path of ascension. Strictly speaking, she's no longer a character of this world. She's an existence in a higher dimension. Wu Yen pointed at the flowing spell patterns on Kanace Natsuan's body. She's no longer the Kanace from this dimension. Since her evolution isn't complete, I can touch her. But if I attack her, my attack won't work. Getting rid of the spell patterns on Kanace's body is already within the range of my attack. Wu Yen shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course, it's not that I don't have a technique to deal with angels of a higher dimension. There are techniques in the 103,000 books of witchcraft specifically used against heaven, and even techniques used by angels themselves, the so-called angel techniques. If I spend some time, I'll definitely be able to get rid of the patterns, but I'm a little hesitant. Hesitating? Kotori furrowed her brows. What are you hesitating for? I'm hesitating if I should get rid of the spell patterns on Kanace's body. Wu Yen didn't mince his words. Kanace already has all the requirements to evolve into an angel. If she succeeds, she'll be as strong as you and me. It wasn't easy to get these conditions. It would be a pity to get rid of them just like that. Huh? Are you kidding me? Kotori looked at Wu Yen in shock. Let's not talk about whether or not you can complete the second mission. If you let Kanace Natsuan evolve into an angel, not only will her consciousness disappear, she won't be able to exist for long. She'll eventually leave this world. Are you trying to kill her by not getting rid of the spell patterns? Do I look like that kind of person? Wu Yen rolled his eyes and sighed. Since I said so, of course I have a way to keep Kanace's consciousness intact and let her exist in this world. Yes, Wu Yen has a way to keep Kanace Natsuan in her angelic form. She can remain in this world. In the world of the Forbidden Magic Tome, there are very few examples of humans summoning angels. But it's not like there aren't any. The method of summoning angels used in these limited examples was naturally left in the 103,000 books of witchcraft. Summoning an angel is very, very difficult. Otherwise, in the original work, Yufeng Fire would not have spent so much effort to build a fortress just to bring an angel down to the mortal realm. He even almost sacrificed himself in the process. Therefore, even though Wu Yen has a way to summon an angel, he can't do it alone. However, it was much simpler to just leave the original angels in this world. After all, Kanace Canon's spiritual evolution had been completed and all the necessary conditions were in place. There was no need for him to prepare anything himself. All he needed to do was to modify the spiritual evolution technique on Canon's body and it would not be impossible. The only drawback was that forcefully modifying an existing tactic required a level of understanding and an abnormally large amount of mana that exceeded the level of the tactic itself. However, with 103,000 grimoires, how could Wu Yen lack understanding of spell patterns? As a true ancestor, how could he lack mana? Therefore, Wu Yen meets the requirements to preserve Kanace Natsuan's angelic power and maintain her consciousness. However, if he does that, he will have to continuously transfer mana to the spell patterns on Kanace Natsuan's body to maintain them. Wu Yen didn't care about the price, he has a lot of mana and it's still growing. If he didn't, all he would have to do is use Fantasy Killer on Kanase and poke her a little bit. I wonder what Kanase Natsuan thinks. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. If she only wants to live a peaceful life, I don't think it's appropriate for me to do this. Why are you so troubled? Kotori hit the nail on the head. Let's do it first. If Kanase Natsuan doesn't want to have angelic power, you can just remove the spell patterns on her body. If that's the case, my efforts will be in vain. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's your business. Kotori waved at Wu Yan and left. Work hard. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 951. Kotori's departure silenced the small room. Wu Yan stared at Kanon, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He didn't say a word. In the air, an extremely subtle sound was quietly reverberating. It was like the sound of a sophisticated computer calculating something. The source of the sound was none other than Kanon's spiritual evolution rune patterns that were constantly flowing on her body. His eyes scanned the runes on Kanase's body like a machine. The simple and smooth runes looked like complex alphabets in his eyes. Each of them had their own purpose and each of them was related to the other alphabets. Wu Yan's job is to find out the unimportant and unnecessary parts of these connections and remove them. Then, he will use his knowledge of tactics to fill in the new lines to create a new effect for the spiritual evolution tactic. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to describe it as an improvement. This wasn't a simple task. This was because the composition of a tactic was like an orderly formula. If you removed a part of it, then the entire formula would no longer be valid. It was the same for a tactic. It had its own composition rules. Removing a part of it was the same as destroying the entire tactic. The difficulty of modifying a perfectly good formula and making it work is comparable to the time when Wu Yan modified the structure of the mobile church. The difficulty of changing a single target defense to an area of effect defense is obvious. Even if he could do it, he would be as tired as a dead dog. Compared to the mobile church, the spiritual evolution tactic was not inferior at all. One was a tactic that could artificially create angels. The other is an ultimate defensive pattern. They are on par in terms of levels. Or rather, if it wasn't for the harsh conditions required for the spiritual evolution technique to create angels, and if it could be as effective as the moving church without any side effects or sacrifices, then this technique would be much more effective. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the highest level of all tactics. No side effects or sacrifices. A pattern that can create real angels at any time. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Fortunately, no matter which world it was, tactics with heaven-defying effects like the spiritual evolution tactic had their limitations and conditions. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have dared to make a name for himself in this dungeon world. His mind flashed with the techniques from the 103,000 grimoires, including magic techniques, alchemy techniques, yin-yang techniques, and even angelic techniques. Wu Yan found the parts he needed from this vast collection of techniques and stored them in his mind. Phew. He took a deep breath. Wu Yan focused his mind and began to remove Kanon's clothes. The spirit evolution tactic was still flowing on Kanon's body as if it was engraved on her clothes. However, the spirit evolution tactic was actually engraved on her body. To modify the spirit evolution tactic, one had to touch the spirit evolution tactic directly. Wu Yan said he couldn't do it. He didn't have any evil intentions. Right now, his heart was also stirring with eagerness. Wu Yan's hands didn't even tremble during the whole process as he removed Kanon's skin-tight clothes that looked like a night ranger's outfit. One can only imagine. When it comes to taking off clothes, just how high is his mastery of the art? When Kanase Natsuan appeared in front of Wu Yan, even Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Kanon's body. How should he describe it? Very good. She might not be able to compare to Ikaros, Astria, Shokuhu Misaki, Toka, and Takitsubo Riku, but her body is well proportioned. Her body is large where it should be and small where it should be. Also, her breasts are bigger than a 14-year-old girl's. With Kanon's age, it's already impressive that she has such a body. It won't be hard for her to reach Shokuhu Misaki's level in the future. Wu Yen stared at her for a bit. He couldn't help but look forward to what Kanace Kanon will look like in the future. She must be very tempting. After all, her appearance was no different from an angel. Wu Yen didn't know that this wish of his is about to come true. Taking another deep breath, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Wu Yen finally got serious and his lips curled into a mocking smile. If Koju saw this beautiful scene, he would probably have a nosebleed. Wu Yen held his breath and he pointed a finger at her. At the tip of his finger, traces of magic power appeared and entwined. Wu Yan's fingertip seemed to be on fire. A small flame appeared on his fingertip. However, it wasn't a real flame. It was pure mana. It didn't take long for the wisp of mana flames to distort slightly. Vaguely, an extremely small and profound mana array rippled out from within. As it undulated, an indescribable force seemed to surge out, causing the surrounding space to ripple a little. His wine-red eyes glimmered as he scanned the runes on Kanace Natsuen's body. Then, he reached out with his burning finger and he tapped one of the runes on her body. Wang. As if sensing danger, the spell patterns on Kanon's body vibrated violently. The light that was flowing at a fixed speed increased in speed. A repulsive force rippled out and blocked Wu Yan's finger. That was the behavior of an existence of a higher dimension rejecting the attacks of a lower dimension. Modifying the runes of a tactic was equivalent to an attack. Therefore, as an angel from a higher dimension, Kanace Natsuen's body automatically blocked the attacks from the lower dimension through the runes. His fingertip seemed to have hit a wall as it was blocked just like that. Feeling the repulsion coming from the front, Wu Yen secretly praised the wonders of the spirit evolution tactic. He also sneered at the same time. Even if a real angel was lying defenseless in front of me, she wouldn't be able to stop me, let alone someone like you who has only met the requirements. The magic flames on his fingernails expanded and the magic formation started spinning. The magic formation started spinning and the magic formation started vibrating. Then, the magic formation collided with the repulsive field created by Kanace Kanon's runes. Pung! A soft muffled sound rang out, clearly audible in the surroundings. In the next moment, the repulsive force released by the surgical pattern was disintegrated, dissolved without any suspense. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Wu Yen smiled. He controlled the magical power on his fingertip and compressed the flames to the same size as before. Then, he extended his finger and pressed it on Kanon's body. A soft sensation passed through his fingers and into his brain. Wu Yan's focused mind almost got distracted. His eyes couldn't help but wander towards Kanace Kanon's boobs. He quickly averted his gaze. After calming himself down, Wu Yen smiled bitterly. She's only 14 or 15 years old. She's already so charming. When this seductress grows up, she'll ruin the hearts of many impure young men and women. What a seductress! Sighing, Wu Yen closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing, his mind, and his mana. When he opened his eyes again, the only thing left in his mind was the seriousness and concentration of his mind when he modified the runes. It was as if he was drawing a picture. His fingertips, burning with magical flames, slowly slid across Kanace Kanon's skin. Sometimes, he traced the lines of the spell patterns engraved on her skin. Sometimes, he bypassed them to create new parts. Sometimes, he erased some of the spell patterns. Sometimes, he added a few more lines to form a picture. The long and arduous work was still going on. Chapter 952. Chi, 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 sizzling sounds reverberated in the air, as if a burning flame was being extinguished by water, rising and falling rhythmically. In the entire room, strange ripples were moving back and forth in the air. Along with a chi-chi sound, the ripples formed a melody, playing. This scene had been going on for more than 5 hours. Outside the window, the sky was already filled with white light. The night was quietly retreating, waiting for the opportunity to descend again. The azure color replaced the black curtain of the night, spreading across the horizon. Not long after, it would cover the entire sky, bringing dawn to people. The only thing left is the painful sunlight that has yet to appear on Itagami Island despite the 4 seasons of the island. The sky turned white. A new day has begun in Itagami Island. No one knows that Kanace Cannon is lying on Wu Yan's bed, enjoying his caress. After a night, Wu Yan did not show any signs of exhaustion. His wine-red eyes were still glowing, and he appeared to be very serious. His fingertips slid over Kanace Cannon's body more smoothly than the night before. Obviously, his master was gradually getting used to the task. At this moment, the runes on Cannon's body began to flow again. Along with the sizzling sound of its fingertips brushing across its body, its voice also started to work. At first glance, the surgical patterns on Kanace Natsuya's body did not seem to have changed at all. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that some of the surgical patterns had changed their original positions. They were connected to the surrounding surgical patterns and were gently flowing around them. Moreover, in some corners that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were also some patterns that were constructed from spell patterns. They hid in a secret corner of this extremely attractive body and played their role without anyone knowing. Their role was to make their master happy. He had the qualifications to exist in this world. In his hands. On his fingertips. The mana flame was already a bit bigger than before, which was proof of the amount of mana output of its owner. This was the amount of mana output every second. The amount of mana consumed is comparable to the amount of mana a powerful attack mage needs to cast a magic spell. In addition to the 5 hours of non-stop work, the amount of mana consumed during this period was enough for an old-generation pure-blooded vampire to summon his strongest familiar. However, Wu Yan's face was still glowing, he didn't look tired at all. Aside from battle and injury, this is the moment when Wu Yan looks the most like a true ancestor. After all, a true ancestor is synonymous with mana. As time passed, the mana output from his fingertips increased. Wu Yan's expression became more and more serious. This was because the final step had already arrived. His finger skimmed over Cannon's soft skin. It passed through her shoulder and reached her chest. Each time his finger skimmed over her chest, he would leave behind a rune mark. Then, he moved his finger and connected it with the rune mark on Cannon's chest. Bang! The moment his finger connected, the mana flame on his fingertips expanded by a few times. The mana output also increased by a few times and flowed into the surgical pattern on Cannon's chest. Wang! Almost at the same time, the runes on Kanace Natsuya's body emitted a humming sound that had been suppressed for an entire night. The light on the runes surged wildly like water through a dam. It lasted for about 10 seconds before it calmed down. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the newly constructed spiritual evolution pattern rippled and gradually melted into Cannon's body. At the same time, the pair of holy wings on Cannon's back slowly retracted into her body. The current Kanace Cannon looked exactly the same as she did before she was turned into a fake angel. She no longer looked like a monster. She was still as holy and noble as before. Her delicate and beautiful face exuded a delicate and pitiful aura. Her tightly shut eyes seemed to have relaxed and opened slightly. She was no longer as pitiful as before, as if she was having a nightmare. Phew! The magic flames on his fingertips slowly dissipated, but Wu Yan didn't stop channeling magic power at all. After a night of reconstruction, Wu Yan managed to connect the surgical pattern on Cannon's body with his. This way, even if he is not by her side, he can continue channeling mana to her to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern. As long as Wu Yan does not stop channeling mana, Canon will be able to live normally in this world. However, the amount of mana required to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern is a bit too much. Even a vampire would not be able to handle it. Only a primogenitor would be able to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern without any hindrance. Wu Yan wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead as he felt the connection between him and Canon. A smile finally appeared on his face. He shifted Kanae Natsuen's body and covered her with a blanket. Covering up her seductive white hair, Wu Yan stroked her bangs and chuckled. "In that case, you're back, right?" Wu Yan said gently as he smoothed out the wrinkles on Canon's forehead. "Kanae, welcome back." Maybe it's because she heard Wu Yan's voice, Canon's frown loosened up. Her expression turned serene and Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, beep. Mysterious crystal awakening condition triggered. Mysterious crystal awakening. Beep. Mysterious crystal awakening. The sudden system notification caught Wu Yan off guard. Before he could react, the gate of Babylon opened up behind him. An incubator that looked like a human brain, a black crystal, 10 crystal balls that looked like small black holes, and a glowing crystal flew out from the gate of Babylon and floated in front of Wu Yan. This. Wu Yan was stunned, but he quickly took a step back and observed the 4 items floating in the air. They are completely unrelated to each other. The mysterious crystal rotated and the special items Wu Yan obtained from the dungeon worlds, the control brain, dark crystal, and dimension orb all exploded as the mysterious crystal rotated. Bang! After a series of explosions, the control brain, the dark matter crystal, and the space bead all turned into light spots and surged back into the mysterious crystal. When all of them had entered the mysterious crystal trembled and actually exploded as well. Wu Yan watched in astonishment as the mysterious crystal exploded into a ball of light and rushed into his chest like a hot knife through butter. He didn't even have time to react to the whole process. Staring blankly at his chest, Wu Yan regained his senses and quickly tore off the front of his shirt. On his chest, there were 3 red jade hooks silently announcing their existence, waiting for Wu Yan to wake them up. Above the 3 jade hooks, there was a white mark. That was the appearance of the mysterious crystal. Beep. Mysterious crystal awakening complete. Beep. Obtained demon beast mark. Demon beast mark? Hearing the system's voice, Wu Yan asked with a puzzled expression. What is this demon beast mark? User, the demon beast mark is the incarnation of the demon beast sealed in the mysterious crystal. Incarnation of the demon beast? Hearing the system's answer, Wu Yan was even more puzzled. Before he could ask again, the system answered on its own. The demon beast in the mysterious crystal has an extremely violent consciousness and almost no self-consciousness. After the system's judgment, the possibility of it being controlled by the user is infinitely close to 0. Therefore, the system automatically erased the demon beast's consciousness and body and turned it into a demon beast mark. As for the specific ability, the user is required to figure it out by himself. Wu Yan was at a loss. Even now, he was still in a daze. Chapter 953. The scorching sun shines down on Itagami Island, the atmosphere is hot and humid. Perhaps the weather on Itagami Island was really hard to come by. The temperature was unbearable for most of the people living on Itagami Island, but for those who had lived here for a long time, they were already used to it. Therefore, even though the temperature was terrifyingly high and their backs were covered in sweat, the pedestrians who were exposed to the sun continued to walk. Although their faces were almost covered in sweat, their expressions were abnormally calm. Only a few young people were complaining as they walked. In such weather, a gust of wind blew past the pedestrians who were hurrying on their way. At this moment, almost every pedestrian on the road revealed a satisfied expression. Some of them even stopped in their tracks to enjoy the refreshing wind. The wind blew through the streets, blew through the buildings, blew through the air, blew through the pedestrians, blew into the high-rise residences with wide-open windows, blew into the doors that they patronized. Kanaise Natsuan was lying on the bed. She was lucky enough to be chosen by the wind that blew in through the window. Her bangs fluttered in the wind. Coupled with her exquisite face, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Kanaise Cannon seemed to have felt the wind blowing on her body. She seemed to have been summoned by something. Her calm face and eyelids finally broke the silence. Her eyelids trembled slightly. Like a newborn chick, Cannon struggled to open her eyes. Her blue pupils were exposed to the air like crystals. A dazzling light flashed in her eyes, and her blurry vision gradually recovered. Kanaise only regained her senses when she saw the white ceiling. Kanaise Cannon blinked her eyes blankly. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. She looked around with an expression that was so cute that it would cause nosebleeds. He took in the full view of the room that was filled with a fragrant scent that warmed his heart. This. Cannon's expression became more and more perplexed as she looked at her surroundings. This is. Are you awake? Kanaise Cannon was still trying to sort out her memories, trying to recall why she was here. Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. She heard a voice that made her want to cry. Kanaise Cannon abruptly turned her head to the side, which was the direction of the room's door. The tightly shut door opened without anyone noticing, and Wu Yan is standing there. He was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray, plates of delicious and steaming dishes were lying quietly. In a short while, the entire room was shrouded in a fragrant aroma. Wu Yan quickly carried the tray to Kanaise Cannon's side. He placed the tray on the bedside table and sat beside her. How are you feeling? Wu Yan asked with a faint smile. Do you feel any discomfort? Kanaise Cannon stared blankly at Wu Yan from the moment he walked into the room until she heard Wu Yan's words. She subconsciously shook her head, then reacted. Sensei? Kanaise Cannon looked around in confusion. Where is this? This is my home. Wu Yan paused, he smiled and said. It's also your home. My home? Kanaise Cannon was stunned. The blank look on her face turned into confusion. She didn't understand why Wu Yan would say something like that. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment, he looked at her eyes. You don't remember? Wu Yan looked at Kanaise Cannon seriously, he said word by word. What I did. Things, done. Kanaise Natsuya frowned, she lowered her head and started to recall the past. Her father said he would save her and turn her into a monster. Flying in the sky, using power that was unimaginable to him in the past, he fought against his fellow clansmen in the same form as him. Disregarding the fact that he had swallowed a part of the bodies of his fellow clansmen that he had defeated. Also, he had to stab the heart of this friendly and smiling teacher in front of him. In the end, it was the scene of the pair of hands that he was so familiar with, covered in the blood of others. The confusion faded away, it was replaced by disbelief and deep sorrow. Kanaise Cannon shrunk her body, the light in her eyes slowly turned into sadness. Right. I hurt a lot of people, and hurt, teacher. The terrifying memories returned to Kanaise Cannon's mind, causing her face to turn paler and paler. In the end, it was so pale that there was not a trace of blood on her face. Kanaise Cannon's hands were stained with blood, she didn't want to admit it, but she was a very kind person, so kind that she couldn't even abandon an abandoned cat. For someone like her, these memories were simply too cruel. Looking at Kanaise Cannon's pale face and dejected eyes, Wu Yan lowered his head, but he quickly looked up again. He reached out and touched Kanaise Cannon's silver hair. Is it painful? Kanaise Cannon didn't answer, she didn't know how to answer. Should she say it's painful? But at that time, she had lost all her emotions. No pain? Then, What was with this dull pain that was reverberating in the depths of his heart? Wu Yan looked at Kanace Cannon with a gaze that could see through her heart. He smiled and spoke. It's okay. Kanace Cannon was stunned. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. It's okay. Wu Yan caressed her hair as if he was trying to convey his thoughts to her. He chuckled. Even if your hands are stained with blood, even if your body is stained with blood, you are still you. Wu Yan tilted his head, a smile that made Kanace Cannon lose her mind appeared on his face. If you feel that you have committed a grave sin, then let me bear it with you. The sin's on your body, let's carry it together. Kanace Cannon fell silent. Her eyes flickered with an undetectable ripple, prompting her to blurt out the question. Why? Why? Wu Yan paused. He was stumped by the question. He scratched his face and sighed. I don't know why, but I just want to do this. After all, if I don't take you in now, you will have to sleep on the streets. Not to mention that I am your teacher, even though I have only met you once, I am still worried. Kanace Cannon was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Wu Yan felt uncomfortable. He turned his head away awkwardly. Kanace Cannon finally laughed. Like a blossoming white lotus, Kanace Cannon's smile was exceptionally dazzling and regal under the light. She looked like a goddess. Wu Yan almost fell into a daze. He regained his senses after a while and smiled as well. Kanace, you look so pretty when you smile, no wonder you are called the saint of middle school. Shaking his head, he caressed Kanace Cannon's bangs and said in a gentle tone. Smile more often in the future. Aha. Aha. Kanace Cannon lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yan smiled again. Are you hungry? She picked up the tray of food from the bedside table and placed it in front of Kanace Natsuya. Come, let's eat. I made this myself, I am quite confident in the taste. Wu Yan teased as he placed the tray on Cannon's lap. He then stood up. My sister went out to buy some clothes for you. Before the clothes are back, you will have to stay in bed. Of course, if you want to get up, I won't stop you. Kanace Cannon realized she wasn't wearing anything under the covers. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Wu Yan laughed heartily and walked out of the room. Kanace Cannon tightened the covers around her and looked at the tray in front of her. She reached out and picked up a bowl of clear soup. Kanace Cannon's eyes sparkled as she felt the warmth from the bowl. Something in her heart melted. It's so warm. Chapter 954. She was wearing a white knee-length long-sleeve dress, a pair of white high boots, and a short-sleeved blue jacket. She looked very fresh. This is what Cannon is wearing right now. Wu Yan and Kodori looked at each other in surprise. They could see the amazement in each other's eyes. Cannon lowered her head shyly when she saw the two staring at her. She fidgeted as if she wasn't used to it. With Cannon's looks, it's normal for her to be the center of attention. She should be used to it by now. What she's not used to is what she's wearing right now. In Cannon's memory, she had never worn anything other than her uniform since she started school. Even if she did, she would just wear underwear and cover it with her uniform. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she started wearing casual clothes. One has to admit that Cannon, who is already pretty to begin with, looked quite stunning in her casual attire. Even though Wu Yan and Kodori were prepared to admire her beauty, they couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. At the same time, they smiled bitterly. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Kodori put her hands on her waist and tilted her ponytailed head to the side. But is this really enough? Looks like it's quite hot. Itagami Island is like summer all year round. The temperature is terrifyingly high. On this island, the only ones who would wear long sleeves were demons with strong heat resistance or attack mages with special skills. For ordinary people, in such a terrible temperature, it was better to wear as little as possible. There's no doubt about it. Cannon is just a normal person before she transforms into an angel. Even though she has a powerful medium constitution and her spirit body is strong enough to survive the fake angel ritual and become a real angel, her spirit energy hasn't been developed yet. She's still a normal person before she's used. It was very painful to wear long-sleeved clothes here. No, it's fine. Canon smiled shyly. I'm used to it, so. Indeed, even if she's wearing her uniform. Canon would also wear thick underwear under her uniform. Back then, she didn't complain about the heat. Rather than saying that it was a habit, it was more accurate to say that her undeveloped physique had some minor effects, such as resistance to heat and cold. I would like to say that you look great in this outfit, but you don't look like you're used to it. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks when he saw Canon hesitating on the spot. Wear this for now. I'll apply for a new uniform for you when we get back to school. Coterie will take you to buy some daily necessities later. Don't hesitate to ask for anything you need, or we'll be troubled. It's fine. Canon shook her head. A peaceful smile slowly appeared on her face. That's fine. I'm already satisfied. Canon isn't just satisfied, she's extremely grateful to Wu Yan. Not only did he save her from that form, but he's also willing to adopt her and fulfill all her needs. Canon, who almost lost everything not long ago, is overjoyed. As long as you're happy. Wu Yan walked up to Canon and looked at her cute smile. He couldn't help but rub her head. As expected, Kanae should smile more, it's prettier. Canon blushed, but she didn't avoid Wu Yan's hand. She shyly said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Sensei, you can call me Canon. Wu Yan was taken aback, surprise flashed in his eyes. Calling someone by their name is a sign of intimacy in the 2D world. Even though he adopted Canon, this is only the second time they've met, not counting the time she turned into a fake angel and the time she went to class. As if she could read his mind, Canon tightened her grip on her chest. She lifted her head and flashed him a beautiful smile. Sensei is my family. Canon's eyes sparkled as if she was looking forward to it. Family members have to be addressed by their names. Looking at Canon's beautiful face, Wu Yan smiled as well. His smile was both helpless and joyful at the same time. All right, I'll be looking forward to your guidance, Canon. Okay. Canon squinted her eyes happily. Oh. Coterie smirked as she looked at Wu Yan. You're pretty capable, aren't you? Ha. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and put on a fake smile. What you just said has distorted the entire reality. I know you're that kind of person. You don't know. You don't know at all. We can't quarrel. Ding dong. Just as the three of them were in a mess, the doorbell rang outside the door. Immediately after, the sound of the door being opened and a sweet and cheerful voice came from outside. Sensei. Kotori-chan. Good morning. Are you up already? You're going to be late for school. Nagisa, Yukaina, and a lazy Koju walked in from the direction of the entrance. Nisha-chan. Canon felt completely different when she saw her best friend again. She felt an impulse bursting out of her heart. Nagisa was surprised to see Canon here. Canon-chan, why are you here? That Kensei Kanae is too despicable. Nagisa yelled when she heard Wu Yan's explanation. Her cute face was filled with anger. How dare he treat his own daughter? Even Nagisa, who was the most cheerful of them all, reacted this way. Koju, who had a sense of justice, and Yukaina, who was meticulous, were even more so. Yukaina, in particular, was furious to the extreme. She's the sword shaman of the Lion King organization, but she's just a tool that the Lion King organization trained to help them do their job. They adopted a child with a strong psychic constitution and trained them with a purpose. Canon and Yukaina had the same experience. Canon-chan, don't be afraid. Nagisa's tone softened when she saw Canon's sad face. She held her hand and comforted her. Sensei is very powerful. With him around, no one will be able to hurt you. Nagisa-chan. Kanon was touched and smiled, but she shook her head. I'm not afraid at all. I'm just worried that I'll get everyone involved. Don't worry, Kanon-chan. Nagisa puffed up her chest. She didn't know where she got her confidence from. Nagisa, I'll be fine. Oi, Nagisa, this isn't something you can meddle in. Don't meddle. Koju jumped out anxiously. Unlike him and Yukaina, who were true ancestors of vampires, Nagisa was an ordinary person. If she was involved in this incident, she would be in grave danger. What are you saying, Kojo-kun? Nagisa glared at Koju. Kanon-chan is a very important friend of mine. How can I not help her? But you. Koju didn't know what to say. Should I say that you're a normal person and shouldn't get involved in this? But on the surface, he and Yukaina are normal people too. Sensei. Yukaina frowned and looked at Wu Yen. Why don't you talk to Nagisa? Wu Yen pursed his lips and smiled. I say, Koju, Jijua, don't underestimate Nagisa. She's stronger than you think. Nagisa puffed up her chest proudly. However, Wu Yan's next sentence made her choke on her words. I'm still afraid of the demons. That last sentence is unnecessary. Nagisa shouted angrily. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Chapter 955. As dusk approached, the temperature on Itagami Island finally dropped. The stifling air was gradually replaced by a sea breeze that swept through every corner of Itagami Island. It was as if the island was trying to lower its temperature. Not long after, the temperature dropped to a level where people who didn't exercise wouldn't sweat. Of course, if they were running around outside, they would still feel hot. However, Wu Yen, Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yukaina, Koju, and the others didn't have much to do with this. They entered a large shopping mall. The air conditioner filled the mall, isolating the outside world from the inside world. Wu Yen and Koju let out sighs of relief when they entered the mall. We're alive. Moa. Nagisa pouted unhappily when she saw their half-dead state. It's rare for us to go shopping together. Can you two be a little more spirited? No. No. Why are you still so spirited? Wu Yen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, and Yukaina didn't seem to be sweating at all. Wu Yen couldn't stay calm. Normal people wouldn't be able to stay spirited in that kind of temperature, right? That's right. That's right. Koju agreed. No matter what, they wouldn't be sweating. Isn't that a little too much? Hearing the two's words, the four girls appeared to be rather disdainful and indifferent. Kotori was a fire spirit, so she wouldn't be afraid of high temperatures. Yukaina was a sword shaman, so she had a certain amount of spiritual power in her body, so she could easily move around in high temperatures. As for Kanon, even though she hadn't developed her physique yet, her physique was extremely powerful. She was even stronger than Yukaina. A little bit of temperature wouldn't affect her. As for Nagisa, Wu Yen knows that she's the most ordinary of them all. It was inside her body. There was also a terrifying ice familiar. Even if Nagisa couldn't control or even sense the familiar, it was still ice's familiar. It probably wouldn't even need to wake up from the heat. Apart from Nagisa, the other three girls were aware of their own condition, but they still looked at the two true ancestors lazily. No matter what, you're still two grown men. Isn't your performance a little too unbearable? Kotori was as merciless as usual. Those with weak mental fortitude would be ashamed to death. That's right. Nagisa put her hands on her hips in agreement. You can go shopping with so many cute students, juniors, and sisters. What's there to be unhappy about? If the boys in my class knew that they could go shopping with Yukina-chan and Kanon-chan, they might even fight for the seat. Isn't that a little too much? Koju, who had a negative EQ, couldn't understand what was going on, let out a sigh. Are all the boys in the middle school division? He's so stupid to go out and fight with a girl. Wu Yan chose to distance himself from Koju. At the same time, 3 cold gazes landed on Koju. Stupid? Yukina's expressionless face tightened. Her voice was emotionless. Is that so? Huh? Oh. Kotori raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. I'm surprised that such a slow-witted man still exists. Although, I really want to drag you out and roast you, humph. Nagisa narrowed her eyes and announced as if she was announcing a death sentence. Kojo-kun, there's no dinner for you tonight. Hey! 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 Gu Cheng was stunned for a moment before he let out a sorrowful cry. What he got in return was the joyful laughter of the 3 girls. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Kotori was right. There are still such slow men around. If they don't have any skills, they'll be lonely for the rest of their lives. While shaking his head, Wu Yan noticed Kanon, who has been observing her surroundings without saying a word. He couldn't help but ask her. What's wrong? Kanon, did you notice something strange? Kanon opened her mouth in shock. Then, she quickly shook her head and lowered her head in embarrassment. No, it's my first time here. I'm just curious. Wu Yan paused for a moment before remembering. Kanon was an orphan from a young age. Ever since she was conscious, she had no information about her parents. According to her, she was adopted by a monastery and spent her childhood there. However, an accident happened to the monastery 5 years ago. Other than Kanon, everyone else died in the accident. Even the monastery was damaged beyond repair and almost turned into ruins. If Kensei didn't adopt her, it's hard to imagine how Kanon would have survived without a place to call home. She wasn't lucky to be adopted by Kensei. She was transformed into a monster with the name of an angel. She was forced to participate in inhumane killings. Only when he rescued her was Kanon truly free from the abyss of suffering. In other words, before today, Kanon's past wasn't too bad, but it wasn't too bad either. Even so, she still has a kind heart that others can't compare to. Even though her life was tough and painful, she always had a saintly smile on her face. Really, no matter how you look at it, you can't help but want to hug her and comfort her. Looking at Kanon's pure smile, Wu Yan suppressed the pity in his heart and stroked her beautiful silver hair. If that's the case, then let's enjoy ourselves today. Buy whatever you want, buy as much as you can in one go. Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit after saying such bold words. Don't worry about my wallet. At least I'm richer than you think. Really? Kanon wanted to reject Wu Yan's suggestion. Just like he said, she was worried about Wu Yan's wallet. No, she didn't want to burden Wu Yan. After all, she's staying at his house and might have to be taken care of. If possible, Kanon didn't want to burden Wu Yan. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's suggestion was too tempting for Kanon. It was one thing that she had never been here before, but it was also because Kanon was also a girl. Almost all girls like to shop to their heart's content. Kanon didn't want to cause any trouble for Wu Yan. But, her real thoughts came out of her mouth first. Of course it's true. Wu Yan patted his chest. Don't forget, I'm a teacher and an attack mage. I'm pretty rich with both salaries. Don't worry, I have enough to spend. Even if it's not enough, I can sell it for a few gold coins. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't say that out loud like an idiot. However, Kanon was still as happy as a kitten, her eyes narrowed into slits. Thank you, sensei. You're welcome. Wu Yan wanted to reply to Kanon with a smile, but he felt a piercing gaze on his back. When he turned around, he saw Kodori, Nagisa, and Yukaina staring at him with different expressions. Their gazes were especially oppressive. "Weren't you listless just a moment ago?" Kodori glanced at Wu Yen from the corner of her eyes. "Why do you look so happy now?" "Teacher. Sensei." Yukaina looked at Wu Yen as if she just got to know him again. "I didn't expect Sensei to be the same as Senpai. My impression of you has changed, idiot." Nagisa scolded with tears in her eyes. She looked like she was bullied by Wu Yen. "Idiot." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He subconsciously took a step back. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. This time, he really didn't do it to increase her favorability. Chapter 956. As everyone knows, Itagami Island is a demon special district. This island exists for the purpose of researching demons. Because of this, the most common buildings on the island are the research facilities, followed by the residences of the residents. Even though there are plenty of places like the commercial district that provide daily necessities, they are still lacking compared to the first two. After all, Itagami Island is a man-made island, its surface area is only so big. Once all the buildings are built on it, there is no way to expand it. Because of this, there are so many man-made islands around Itagami Island for garbage disposal. This is to reduce the need for land on Itagami Island. Perhaps due to the fact that Itagami Island was a special demon zone, there were a few shopping malls that took up a lot of space. Basically, as long as it was necessary for daily necessities, such as clothes, food, entertainment, etc. It was very convenient to have everything. This time, Wu Yan's group came to the shopping malls not just to shop, but also to prepare daily necessities for Kanon. Even though she was adopted by Wu Yan, Kanon came to Wu Yan's house as a pauper. She didn't have any money on her, she didn't even have the daily necessities that she used to own. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing the casual clothes that she's not used to, she would be wearing her uniform. Therefore, Kanon's daily necessities had to be bought from scratch. For example, clothes, toiletries, bed, sheets, etc. It was quite a lot. Because of this, when Nagisa heard that Kanon needed a lot of things, she volunteered to help. She brought Yukaina and Koju along. Of course, a big part of the reason was that Nagisa also wanted to buy a lot of things. Moreover, after walking around the shopping mall for almost an hour, Nagisa's enthusiasm did not diminish at all. Along the way, other than buying necessities for Kanon, she also paid special attention to the snacks. From the moment they started shopping, her mouth did not stop moving. Not only Nagisa, but Kodori and Yukaina as well. Even Kanon and the other two girls showed a different level of enthusiasm. After walking around the mall for so long, the four girls did not rest for even a moment. They did not complain about being tired. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel suspicious. It said that girls love to shop, this he knows, but why would such thin and weak girls like them? Why did they have so much energy to use up when they were shopping? Especially Nagisa. Her physique was not good to begin with. She was not good at sports, but after walking around for an hour, she was still as energetic as ever. Not only Wu Yan, even her brother Koju was confused. Looking at the four beautiful girls who were running in front of him, laughing and chatting along the way, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Yan, who was carrying bags, sighed. He asked Koju, who was also full of bags. "Koju, do you think we are the immortal vampires or immortals? Why are they all so energetic, while we're half dead?" Who knows? Koju was sweating profusely. "I haven't been able to figure out the answer since the first time I went shopping with Nagisa," Koju said. Wu Yan was speechless. Is this really a natural ability of girls? Entering a state of unlimited energy while shopping? Koju said with a fake smile. If there is such a skill, I want one too. For example, entering a state of unlimited energy in the morning. Koju hated the fact that his vampire physique caused him to laze around in bed. Wu Yan used to spies on him. How can you understand how blissful it is to sleep in the morning? Hey, do you think this is something a teacher should say? Koju complained. Shouldn't you say something like early to bed and early to wake up? It's good for your health. This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to smile. Although I teach junior high school, I'm still a kindergarten teacher. In your heart, do I look like a kindergarten teacher to you? Tisk, who knows? Koju's tone was laced with hatred. Regardless of whether it's kindergarten or middle school, I don't have a good impression of a bad teacher like you who laid your hands on your own students. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. This damned Siscon. Fortunately, he didn't know Nagisa was taken down by Koju, otherwise. The image of Koju going berserk and releasing lion's gold when he found out his sister was taken down surfaced in his mind. For some reason, Wu Yan was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to Koju's reaction. You too. Come over here. While the two true ancestors were engaged in a meaningless conversation, Nagisa waved at them cheerfully with a cheerful smile on her face. Her short ponytail swayed from side to side with Nagisa's movements like a puppy wagging its tail at its owner. She was extremely adorable. In an instant, the vampire teacher and the Siscon vampire, who had already subdued their student, were shaken. Without hesitation, the two of them lifted their feet and immediately wanted to rush forward. Just as the two of them were about to rush forward, a strange feeling emerged from the bottom of their hearts, causing their charging posture to abruptly stop. The movements of their feet also became sluggish on the spot. This feeling. Koju frowned, his nose twitched. The smell of blood. Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he stopped moving. Yakaina suddenly ran over with a serious look on her face. Sensei, senpai, just now. It was obvious that Yakaina, with her extraordinary, astral vision, also felt that something was wrong. Wu Yan waved his hand to calm her down. He took off the bags on his body and handed them to her. You two stroll around, I'll be right back. Are they here for Yanasi-san? Yakaina took the bags from Wu Yan. She stared at Wu Yan. I'm not sure. Wu Yan shook his head. But apart from this, I don't know any other reason why we would be targeted. Are you still not going to let Yanasi-san go? Koju clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He turned around and looked at Wu Yan. I'll go with you. If you leave alone, Nagisa and the others will be suspicious. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. Yakaina hurriedly said. Then Jijua, you don't have to go. Wu Yan interrupted her. If too many people go, it'll only arouse suspicion. But. Yakaina panicked when she heard Wu Yan. If senpai does something stupid. As the fourth primogenitor, Koju is still incomplete. But because of that, his familiars could easily wipe out the entire island if he goes on a rampage. How could Yakaina let him out of her sight under such circumstances? Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled at Yakaina. Don't you have me to watch over him? That's why I'm worried. Yakaina didn't try to hide her thoughts. Sensei, don't forget that you're a vampire that's no safer than senpai, she said angrily. Don't confuse me with Koju. Wu Yan retorted. It's not like I only know how to summon familiars. Do I look like the type of person who would casually summon familiars? In fact, Wu Yan only used his familiars once during his first battle with Vatler. Apart from that, he only used his familiars once during his first battle with Vatler. To him, vassal beasts were his trump cards. Who would use them unless it was absolutely necessary? Besides, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes at Nagisa and the others. You still have to protect them. Yakaina hesitated. All right. Wu Yan patted Yukina's shoulder. It won't take long. I'll leave them to you. Wu Yan ignored Yukina's reply. He looked at Nagisa, Kanon, and Kodori, who nodded at him. He turned around and left with Koju. Chapter 957. Unbeknownst to him, the number of people in the shopping center had suddenly decreased. The originally bustling shopping center was still as lively on the upper 10 floors. However, on the first floor of the shopping center, the number of people was decreasing bit by bit. They either went to the higher floors or directly left the shopping center. Now, the entire first floor of the shopping center was empty. Gu Cheng and Wu Yan stood side by side at the entrance of the shopping center. Gu Cheng looked around with surprise. How did you do it? Gu Cheng turned to Wu Yan with a strange expression. There were so many people here just a moment ago. I used a Dispel Idler's spell. Wu Yan didn't try to hide it. That's a tactic that can give a psychological hint to the people around it. With this tactic, all the ordinary people within the coverage of the tactic will leave under the effect of dispersing idlers. This is also a tactic that is specially used to prevent ordinary people from being involved in the battle. That's really convenient. Well, after all, things like battles can happen anytime and anywhere, and there are many things that are not suitable for ordinary people to participate in, such as this type of tactic. Some attack mages who are proficient in magic should be able to do it as well. Wu Yan cracked a smile. By the way, I've set up a barrier around the mall while I'm casting Dispel the Idlers. As long as you don't release 2 familiars or more, you won't be able to damage anything in the mall. Wah! Gu Cheng was truly shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of barriers before. However, barriers that could stop his familiars. He had never heard of such a thing. Even though he was the 4th primogenitor, he still had some basic knowledge. But at the very least, he knew how powerful his familiars were in this world. Barriers that could stop his familiars. They were practically non-existent. But now, the vampire teacher in front of him said he set up a barrier that could stop his familiars. How could Gu Cheng not be suspicious? Even if he wasn't a complete primogenitor, he was still a primogenitor. He looked at Gu Cheng's expression. Wu Yan knew what he was thinking. He rolled his eyes at him. Don't think that my barrier is that powerful. No matter how powerful it is, it won't be able to stop a primogenitor's familiar. I'm only relying on my powerful mana to fill the surface of my barrier with mana. That way, if the barrier is attacked by a familiar, it'll more or less neutralize a portion of the damage. Wu Yan glanced at Gu Cheng. Besides, even if I did that, it would only be able to fend off the attack of one familiar beast, and that would only be the aftermath of the attack. Don't let your familiar beast hit the magic screen, or you'll be in big trouble. Of course, if you want to be cut into pieces by Jizhua, I have no problem with that. I can't protect this shopping center, but I'm confident that I can protect the people in the shopping center. No. No need, this is enough. Gu Cheng's face was covered in sweat. He hurriedly said, I'll only use one familiar. I won't let it crash into the barrier. That's a story for another time. Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Let's hope the enemy doesn't force you to unleash your familiars to take care of them. Gu Cheng's expression froze. He nodded solemnly. At this moment, the automatic door of the shopping center suddenly opened. Under the watchful eyes of the two, a group of soldiers covered in black armor and armed with assault rifles rushed in from outside the shopping center. They seemed to want to go deeper into the shopping center. The soldiers charged in one direction without hesitation. Wu Yan and Gu Cheng immediately realized what was going on. Their whereabouts had been exposed long ago. The soldiers rushed over in unison. When they saw the two people in front of them, they stopped and split up. They formed an arc around Wu Yan and Gu Cheng. They raised their assault rifles. Who are these guys? When Gu Qing saw the black-armored soldiers, he was stunned and frowned. No, the smell of blood didn't belong to them. They don't smell like living humans. Wu Yan stared at the soldiers. Are they robots? Or zombies? Sa. Gu Cheng's tone became heavier. They're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-armored soldiers in front of him raised their submachine guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Tut 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 tut. Sparks flew out from the muzzle of the gun. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, a barrage of bullets broke through the atmosphere of the space, whistling through the air as they flew towards the two of them from all directions. Faced with the collective spurting sparks and listening to the gunshots in the air, the two true ancestors of vampires did not change their expressions at all. They stood where they were without moving at all, but magnificent magic waves were spreading out of their bodies. The mana on Gu Cheng's body transformed into a golden barrier that protected his body. When the bullets hit the barrier, they were either disintegrated by the electric current or bounced off the barrier. Wu Yan is even more direct. Pure mana surged around him and he welcomed the incoming bullets head-on. The bullets collided with the flow of mana and they all turned around and went back to where they came from. The black-armored soldiers in front of him fell to the ground. Immediately after, a huge crimson spatial ripple reverberated in the air and instantly expanded, covering the sky above all the black-armored soldiers. With a soft snap of a finger, black iron sand swords fell down like raindrops. Ding 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 ding. The iron sand swords directly pierced through the bodies of the black-armored soldiers on the ground. After a series of strange and crisp sounds, the black-armored soldiers were nailed to the ground by the iron sand swords. Arcs of electricity and sparks flickered on their bodies. Wu Yan and Koju finally got a good look at the soldiers in black armor. Their bodies weren't filled with flesh and organs, they were filled with wires and machinery. They really are robots. Wu Yan stroked his chin and sighed. It looks like the ones attacking this time should be from the High Mage's Craft and Plastic team. Is that the company that supported Kensei Kanase's creation of artificial angels? Gu Qing frowned and said with disgust. Hey, why don't you just take your men and shut down that company? You think I don't want to? Wu Yan helplessly continued. However, Natsuki isn't back yet. Why did the airship from Aryatigia Kingdom disappear at this time? What does it have to do with the fake angel incident? We still don't know. It's absolutely inadvisable to act rashly without investigating thoroughly. Gu Qing nodded and opened his mouth to say something. His expression suddenly changed. Wu Yan's expression froze as well. He and Gu Qing both turned their heads and looked at the sky. In their line of sight, strands of golden brilliance were circulating in the air. They were like circular ripples, moving back and forth. At the center of the light, a young girl wearing fur clothes with a pair of wings on her back and a mask on her face slowly appeared. That's... Gu Qing gasped. Masked parasite. No. It's not the masked parasite. Wu Yan was shocked. It's a clone. A clone of the masked parasite. Clone? Gu Qing looked at Wu Yan. But didn't you say that the two masked parasite clones were already? Wu Yan frowned and looked at the masked parasite. His eyes narrowed. Looks like Sorcerer's Craft and Plastic has more than two masked parasite clones. Wu Yan guessed wrong. Sorcerer's Craft and Plastic only had two masked parasite clones. The one in front of him was created after he rescued Cannon. To get Cannon back. Chapter 958. Wu Yan and Koju's expressions turned ugly as they watched the masked parasite spread its wings and stare at them like an eagle. In the light, two more masked parasites slowly appeared next to the masked parasites. They spread their wings and flew in the air, looking down at the two true ancestors of vampires on the ground. There was not the slightest ripple in their eyes, and they were as dead as death. 3 masked parasites. Wu Yan murmured and sneered as the 3 masked parasites were reflected in his eyes. You really put in a lot of effort, sorcerer craftsmanship, of course. A voice full of anger and resentment came from the entrance of the shopping center, attracting the attention of Wu Yan and Koju. When the automatic door opened, a calm-looking man in a white lab coat walked in with a blonde-haired woman. Their gazes locked onto Wu Yan. One of them had a serious look while the other had a hateful look. They were Kensei and BB. The one who spoke was BB. Her face was full of resentment and she held a spear in her hand. BB sneered and said, "In order to take back that monster, I want to cut you into pieces. In order to cut you into pieces, I've invested all the remaining assets of the company into the 3 masked parasites. So, I'm sorry, but can I ask you to die?" Hearing that, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smirked. He taunted her. "You're just a rat that barely escaped from me by relying on your vampire's life force. Ugly, I can't believe you have the guts to say something like that." "Shut up." BB sneered. Originally, her looks are pretty decent, but this kind of behavior ruined her pretty good looks. Just like what Wu Yan said, she's an ugly freak right now. Wait until I poke you into a beehive. Then, I'll take care of your mouth. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't even look at her as he looked at the 3 masked parasites hovering in the air. Is the source of your confidence from them? Ah. Yes. Not bad, right? Our company's product. BB sneered with a remote control in her hand. Although it's not as good as that monster's fake, it's surprisingly useful. Hearing BB say, "that monster," and "that monster," again and again, Wu Yan's face suddenly turned cold and then he smiled again. "Do you believe that before my mouth is taken care of by you, I can make that mouth of yours unable to open its mouth to speak?" BB was angry and wanted to refute, but when she saw Wu Yan's cold eyes hidden under his smile, her chest seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say a word. At this time, Koju stood out. "Are you Kensei Kanase?" His face was calm and composed. The calm Kensei Kanase. Koju clenched his fist. "Tell me. Why did you transform Kanase into a fake angel?" Faced with Koju's reprimand, Kensei lowered his head and said something that almost made Koju explode in anger. "I transformed Kanon into a fake angel. I made the decision when I adopted her." As if he was talking about a tool and not his daughter, Kensei Kanase slowly said, "No matter what, this is her fate." "Fate?" Koju was so angry that he laughed. "You're saying that this is Kanase's fate? Did she say that she wanted to become an angel? Did she say that she had such a fate?" Traces of golden electricity flashed across Koju's body, showing his master's mood. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, Gu Cheng yelled angrily, "You transformed her into a fake angel without permission and claimed that all of this is her fate. You have no right to be Kanase's father." Kensei Kanase's eyes flashed with a strange light, but his expression didn't change. This made Koju even angrier. He couldn't help but take a step forward. However, a hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. His indifferent eyes met Kensei Kanase's gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment before Wu Yan spoke. "Kensei Kanase." Wu Yan softened his tone as he continued. "First of all, let me thank you." Kensei Kanase was stunned. Even Koju and BB were stunned. "Thank you for raising Kanon for 5 years." Without giving Kensei Kanase a chance to react, Wu Yan looked him straight in the face. "Although you brought nothing but pain to Kanon, if you didn't adopt her, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now. She wouldn't have been able to stand in front of me, therefore, I want to thank you for raising Kanon for 5 years." Wu Yan's tone suddenly changed. "However, from now onwards, no, from today onwards, Kanon is my family. Kanon's future will be created by the two of us." Taking a few steps forward, Wu Yan looked at Kensei, who is still in a daze. His unquestionable tone came out of his mouth. You, the one who adopted Kanon, gave her a fate without a future. Now, Kanon is no longer your daughter, but my family. Her fate will be decided by me. Let me tell you, if you want to snatch Kanon away from me and turn her into a mindless monster. Wu Yan's lips curled into a cold smirk as his voice reverberated throughout the area. You. Don't even think about it. Kensei Kanase's expression changed drastically. He lost his composure as he looked at Wu Yan, who made a declaration to him. He couldn't help but take a step back. The anger in Koju's heart dissipated silently. He smiled and walked forward to stand beside Wu Yan. That's right. Kanase's fate. It's not something you can decide anymore. You. Kensei Kanase trembled, his face was filled with anger. What do you know? What do you know? You don't know anything. What right do you have to deny me everything? What right do you have? Wu Yan lowered his head and slowly raised it again. You think you can touch my family? You, sensei. Kensei Kanase's face was filled with anger. However, he was immediately interrupted by a familiar voice. He froze on the spot. Wu Yan and Koju were shocked. They turned to look at the source of the voice. Kanon walked out of the mall's elevator. Kotori and Yukaina followed behind her. Why are you here? Koju quickly asked. Where's Nagisa? Nagisa didn't come down. Yukaina replied. There seems to be a spell formation that dispels ordinary people. Nagisa was also affected. That's why she didn't come down. Koju heaved a sigh of relief. Kanon. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Kanon reproachfully. How could you come down? I'm sorry, sensei. Kanon apologized without hesitation. However, her face was full of smiles. She looked at Wu Yan emotionally. She clearly heard Wu Yan's words. But I don't want to run away anymore. Kanon looked at Wu Yan with determination. She said expectantly. At least let me face it, okay? Sensei. Wu Yan was stunned by Kanon's resolute and hopeful tone. Wu Yan looked at the girl who exuded a holy aura. He suddenly felt that he had imagined her to be too weak, his monastery was destroyed and his body was transformed. Under such circumstances, how could a person who could still smile from the bottom of his heart be weak? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't regret it. Kanon's eyes lit up and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. She put on a dazzling smile, yes. Chapter 959. When he saw Kanon appear in front of him, Kensei Kanase's restless heart strangely calmed down for some reason. A calm expression returned to Kensei Kanase's face. His eyes hidden behind his glasses were fixed on Kanon. Why? Kensei looked at Kanon and gritted his teeth as if he didn't understand what was going on. Kensei looked at Kanon and gritted his teeth. Why is Kanon able to regain her consciousness? The evolution of a fake angel can be divided into 8 stages. Every time a fake angel devours the spiritual core of another angel during a ritual, she will evolve and advance to the next stage. If a fake angel devoured the spiritual centers of the other 6 fake angels, she would be in the 7th stage. The artificial angel at the 7th stage will be the last artificial angel. Once she completely fuses the 7 spiritual centers in her body and reaches the 8th stage, which is also the final stage, she will be able to evolve into a real angel. After the battle, she will ascend and disappear. Kanon had already devoured 7 spirituality centers, and was now at the 7th stage of the artificial angel. At this stage, the artificial angel was the closest to becoming an angel. It was only a step away from becoming an angel, and angels didn't have their own consciousness. Canon should have lost all her consciousness after reaching the 7th stage. Even if she didn't lose all her consciousness, there shouldn't be much left. She can't even support the operation. But Canon looked exactly the same as she usually did. Could it be that the spiritual evolution ritual was destroyed? Kensei Kanase pulled out a remote control from his pocket and stared at the indicator light that was still on. No. I can still sense the spiritual evolution tactic, it hasn't been destroyed yet. But why? He turned back to Canon. Kensei was confused. Could it be that angels could also maintain their own consciousness? Realizing her inner thoughts, Kenji shook her head. But soon, she remembered something and turned her head abruptly. He looked at Wu Yan. It's him. He must have done something. While Kensei was thinking about what Wu Yan did, Canon shifted her gaze to him. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Father. Kensei froze up and he finally retracted his gaze from Wu Yan. Father. Canon trembled when she saw Kensei looking at her. Canon shrank back a little timidly, but she quickly stood up resolutely. Father, please go back. Canon said in a pleading tone. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Kensei Kanase was silent. He stared at Canon with an expressionless face. It's already too late. After you've chosen this path, there's no turning back for me, that's not the path I chose. Canon's voice suddenly rose several times. Although her voice was soft, it sounded different to Kensei Kanase, who was familiar with Canon. Because to Canon, this level of voice was no different from an angry roar. That wasn't the path I chose. Canon's voice grew weaker. Her voice was filled with sorrow. So, Father, please leave. Wah. Looking at Canon's pleading and sorrowful expression, Kensei Kanase's expression shook violently. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, and Koju didn't say anything. They watched the scene in silence. At least for now. The scene belongs to the father and daughter. However, someone couldn't stand it any longer and broke the silence. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air woke everyone up. By the time everyone reacted, a whip-like foreign object was already charging towards Kensei Kanase, smashing him in the chest and sending him flying. Ugh! Kensei Kanase let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying and smashed into a distant wall. The remote control in his hand fell to the floor. Father! Canon cried out in alarm. Outsiders are unreliable? As if she was impatient, Bibi walked to the remote control that had fallen on the floor. She reached out and picked it up. It took you so much effort to create a monster like that, but you can't do it because of a few words from others. You're really useless. With a disgusting smile on her face, Bibi looked at Kensei Kanase with disdain, then turned to Canon and laughed again. As a monster, you should have the self-awareness of a monster. Be obedient and listen to me. She raised the remote control in her hand. While everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, Bibi grinned and pressed the button. Beep! Canon, who was standing beside Wu Yan and Ko, started glowing faintly. Kanase. Koju and Yukaina were shocked. They wanted to take a step forward but it was too late. Canon's face was filled with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Lines of runes slowly appeared on the surface of her body, which glowed faintly. Then, 3 pairs of golden wings burst out of Canon's back. Angel form. Ha ha ha. Bibi laughed maniacally and pressed the remote control in her hand again. Kill them all. No. No. Canon's face was pale as she looked at the changes on her body. She felt her body starting to float uncontrollably. Despair appeared in her eyes. Was she going to return to her previous state? Kanase. Koju and Yukaina rushed out. One rushed towards Kanase while the other rushed towards the remote control in Bibi's hand. BB's face contorted as she raised the gun in her hand. Unfortunately, neither the crazed BB, the despairing Canon, nor Koju and Yukaina noticed. Wu Yan and Kotori coldly observed the situation from the side. They were not at a loss at all. "It's about time you did it." Kotori looked at the despairing Canon and said to Wu Yan, "Canon is scared out of her wits." Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and he started channeling his magic power. Canon, who was floating in the air, closed her eyes and waited for her body to change again. Not long after, she sensed an extremely dense mana appearing in her body without warning. It rushed into the spell circuits on the surface of her body. Canon felt that she was slowly regaining control of her body. This is. Canon sensed the return of control over her body and the magical power that helped her regain control of her body. She smelled a familiar scent. A figure appeared in her mind. Looking at the figure in her mind, Canon's cold heart warmed up. Her pale face became rosy, and her heart was filled with excitement. I can feel Sensei. Sensei. Canon called out as if she was sleep-talking. A peaceful and holy smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Canon's 3 pairs of glowing wings turned into pure white wings. A pure white halo appeared above her head and covered her head. The ominous aura that belonged to the fake angel turned into waves of holy aura. The flowing tactical circuits quietly shattered, as if they had never existed in the first place, scattering into light spots that filled the sky. I can feel it. It's Sensei's figure. Canon repeated that heartwarming call in her heart over and over again. Her heart gradually calmed down. Under everyone's gaze, Canon's body slowly disintegrated into feathers. They floated to Wu Yan and merged into his body. What's going on? This time, even Wu Yan is shocked. He had no idea this was happening. At the same time. Ding! Character, Kanace Canon has transformed into an angel. You have obtained the power of an angel. Ding! Character, Kanace Canon has fused with user's body. Their minds are compatible. The nature of its existence was in line with the activation conditions of the demonic beast mark. Demon Beast Seal activated. Character, Kanace Canon has transformed into a familiar. Ding! You have obtained the familiar, Holy Angel. Chapter 960. Ding! Character, Kanace Natsuan has transformed into an angel. Obtained angel's power. Ding! Character, Kanace Natsuan has fused with user's body. Mental compatibility. Beast Mark's activation condition is met. Demon Beast Seal activated. Character, Kanace Natsuan has transformed into a familiar. Ding! Obtained familiar, Angel of Holiness. Ha! The contents of the system notification stunned Wu Yan, who was in a state of confusion. Kanace has transformed into his familiar? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? BB shouted out Wu Yan's thoughts. She glared at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. What did you do? Even though BB didn't care about Kanace's life or death, she couldn't accept the fact that her most powerful weapon disappeared right in front of her eyes. Kotori snapped out of her daze and looked at Wu Yan in shock. What's going on? This. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Why are they asking me questions? He wants to know what's going on too. A living person has turned into his familiar and she's now residing in his body. This is even more unexpected than merging with the girls' lives. Wu Yan didn't expect this. However, Wu Yan can clearly sense Kanace's presence in his body. She's sleeping with his other 2 familiars. She's residing in his blood, just like any other familiar. The only difference was that vassal beasts were a collection of mana, but Canon's vassal beasts were real. While obtaining a familiar, Wu Yan learned all about the familiars, including Kanace. Now that she's his familiar, Wu Yan can even read Kanace's measurements. Her existence is the same as well. That's why Wu Yan knows that if he releases Kanace, she'll appear in her real body. She's the same as other familiars. Summoning Kanace to maintain her existence. Both require magical energy to support her, but she's immortal. As long as the host doesn't die, the familiar will never die. The host only needs to expend magical energy to summon the familiar again. That's what's happening to Kanace. In other words, she's a real familiar. Other than having an extra body, she's the same as a real familiar. Wu Yan's mind was still in a daze. It's strange to have an extra person in his body. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan suppressed the questions in his mind. He told Kodori in a low voice. I don't know what's going on, let's talk about it later, sensei. Koju and Yukaina came to Wu Yan's side. They looked at BB. They were also full of questions. They wanted to know what had happened and where Kanon had gone. But now was not the time to talk about this, you guys. BB's face was full of anger as she slammed the remote control on the ground. After smashing it into pieces, he picked up the remote control. Forget it, I have plenty of weapons like that. The three masked parasites that had been floating silently in the air suddenly came to life. They dived down towards Wu Yan and the others. Looking at the three masked parasites diving towards him, Wu Yan reached out his hand and placed it on his chest. Although I still don't know what's going on, it seems like we've become one. Wu Yan closed his eyes and muttered softly, ignoring the masked parasite that was about to attack him. I know you can hear my voice. So, Kanon, come back to me once again. Wu Yan opened his eyes. Unlike his usual berserk demonic power, a gentle and holy aura surged from his body. As the gentle mana surged, the hand on his chest turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a few blood-red lines appeared on his hand. In the next moment, a thick blood mist gushed out from the black hand that was covered in red patterns. Descend. Holy Angel. Following Wu Yan's summon, the bloody mist turned and its color was replaced by gold. It floated into the air and twisted into a ball of light. Within the ball of light, a beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Her silver hair fluttered without wind, and 3 pairs of pure white wings fluttered up and down. A gentle golden brilliance circulated on the surface of her body, and with the halo of an angel, she opened her blue eyes. Kanon. Koju, Yukaina, and Kodori shrieked. They didn't expect Wu Yan to summon a familiar, the so-called Angel of Holiness, to be Kanon. No way. BB was also dumbfounded. As if she didn't hear their cries, Kanon spread her arms and the 3 pairs of beautiful wings on her back spread out. The feathers danced in the air. A faint smile never left her face. Kanon closed her eyes again and holy mana surged around her. The ball of light around her expanded and illuminated the entire area. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes under the strong light, but they felt extremely comfortable. It was as if they were exposed to sunlight in winter. Everyone revealed a satisfied expression. However, the 3 masked parasites were different. Under the bright light, the 3 masked parasites cried out in agony and fell to the ground in agony. Waves of black gas rose from their bodies and dissipated in the bright light like a miasma. The wings on the masked parasites vanished abruptly and the masks on their faces shattered into powder amidst the clear cracking sounds. They had actually broken away from their fake angel's form and turned into humans. This was Kanon's ability. Or rather, it was the ability of Wu Yan's familiar, the Holy Angel. Purify. Purify all filth in the world. Heal. Heal all pain in the world. After transforming into a familiar, the Holy Angel, Kanon had completely lost her ability to fight. However, she now possessed unparalleled purification and healing abilities. It was an ability that suited Cannon very well. That's impossible. BB cried out in shock as she retreated. The weapon that she relied on to survive, the weapon that she planned to use to revive the magic shooters, was actually defeated in a single exchange. She had used up all the remaining funds in the sorcerer's craft molding to create the clone. Is it over just like that? Damn it! Her face was covered with twisted resentment. BB raised her head and looked at the angel-like Cannon, roaring crazily. I want you dead. He swung the spear at Cannon like a whip, but under the purifying light of the angel of divinity, the spear was vaporized with a cry of anguish. What? BB was shocked. Before she could react, a petite figure flashed and appeared in front of her. The corners of Coteries' lips curled into a sinister arc. She swung her petite arm, and a stream of flames lashed over. Under Coteries' control, it smashed into BB's chest. Amidst the wailing, the flames enveloped BB's body and started burning. Her clothes instantly turned to ashes and her skin was charred black and smoking. BB's eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground like a dead pig that had been scalded into boiling water. Her body twitched bit by bit. Phew. Koju and Yukaina breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He glanced at BB before looking at Kensei Kanase. He looked at the three masked parasites who were resurrected after fainting. Wu Yan's mood was unusually calm. Sensei, a soft voice followed by a golden light descended. Wu Yan looked up and saw Cannon with 3 pairs of wings. She had a gentle smile on her face as she floated down. Wu Yan opened his arms and the angelic girl fell into his embrace. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth that he had been waiting for a long time. Wu Yan chuckled as well. They hugged each other for an eternity. Chapter 961. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles, and the ocean waves were rolling. The sunlight of the day mercilessly sprinkled down, and the scorching temperature caused those who were exposed to it to feel dizzy and dizzy. It's been a whole day since the chaos in the shopping center. With the passing of the day, the fake angel incident came to an end. Regardless of the world or place, the police will only show up after the incident to clean up the mess. Yesterday's incident was no exception. By the time Itagami Island's police arrived at the shopping mall, the battle had been over for more than half an hour. The instigators of the incident, Kensei Yase and BB, were arrested by the police. Although the laws on Itagami Island are different from the outside world, there are still spells and abilities that can control people's consciousness. Therefore, the instigators of the incident won't necessarily be detained. However, Kensei and BB, who caused this series of events, will definitely receive a heavy sentence. There is no room for change in an incident caused by one's own motives. He was afraid that for a very long time, BB, this ugly vampire, would have to stay in prison for a long time. No matter what, she was an immortal vampire. She didn't have 100 or 80 years. She won't be released. As for Kensei Yase, his punishment is a little different. Wu Yan only found out after the fact that this guy looks like a doctor or a doctor. He was actually a royal magician of the royal family of the Kingdom of Arietigia. He had once bought his life for the Kingdom of Arietigia with his magic knowledge and methods. He's one of the reasons the Kingdom of Arietigia sent an airship to Itagami Island. That's why he went missing. As a court magician of the Kingdom of Arietigia, Kensei's magic skills required the power of the Arietigia royal family as a medium in order to be effective. Moreover, members of the Arietigia royal family were naturally very powerful mediums. In other words, the Kingdom of Arietigia. They all have powerful spiritualists. When the Kingdom of Arietigia's airship arrived at Itagami Island with a princess on board, he came up with a devious idea. Furthermore, the sorcerer Plastic covets the bloodline of the Kingdom of Arietigia. He planned to use cloning technology to create powerful spiritualists and sell them for profit. The sorcerer's craft had attacked the kingdom of Arietigia's airship and caused it to go missing. Fortunately, the princess managed to escape at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have ended up in a worse state than Canon. At the very least, she would have ended up as a test subject for Kensei Kanace. Kensei Yace is a royal magician of the kingdom of Arietigia. He's very knowledgeable in magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create an artificial angel. The higher-ups of Itagami Island seem to have taken a liking to his talent. He's probably working for them for a while. Of note. Before Kensei Yace was taken away, he left behind a message for Wu Yan. Perhaps I'm an incompetent father. I don't have the right to be Canon's father. So, please make her happy. It's obvious that Kensei Yace cares a lot about his daughter. Wu Yan agreed to his request without hesitation. Canon is now his familiar and can't be separated from him. Even if she's no longer his familiar, he's already decided to treat her as his family. He won't let any harm come to her. This was a decision that he had made to himself at the very beginning of his extraordinary life. He won't let any harm come to the girls by his side. Wu Yan never changed his mind. Of course, knowing that Kensei Yace cares about Canon is one thing, but what he did is another. No matter what, he treated Canon as his experimental subject. That's unforgivable. Canon, on the other hand, has already let go of this matter. Maybe it's because she's no longer a fake angel, or because she's become Wu Yan's familiar, but her smile has become more profound. She's also more cheerful. She's both cute and holy. Wu Yan and Koju couldn't help but glance at her. After the incident, Canon managed to get a chance to meet Kensei Yace through Wu Yan. Canon stayed for more than an hour during that meeting. Wu Yan didn't know what she was talking about with Kensei Yace. He only knew that Canon was in a good mood when she came back. Wu Yan didn't know what they talked about during the meeting, but he did learn a surprising piece of news. Canon's mother is Kensei Yace's younger sister. Even though Canon isn't Kensei Yace's daughter, the two of them are related by blood. Maybe it's because she knows she has a real family in this world that Canon was so happy when she came back. She's such a lovable girl. In short, the incident has come to an end, and the ending seems pretty good, excluding some people's resentment. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Room 704, the sound of a kitchen knife chopping against a chopping board could be heard continuously from the kitchen. Not only was the sound extremely messy, every move was made with more than 120% strength. It made people wonder if the chopping board would be split in half just like that. It's obvious that the person holding the knife is in a bad mood. Wu Yan, Kodori, Canon, Yukaina, and Koju looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Nagisa. Koju looked like he's having a headache. He couldn't help but yell. If this continues, you're going to tear down the entire kitchen. It's none of your business. Nagisa didn't even turn her head. She was wearing an apron, so everyone could only see her back. She angrily chopped the ingredients on the chopping board. Who told you to leave me alone? Who told you not to let me join? Who told you to hide it from me? Who told you to hide it from me? Nagisa has a nagging personality to begin with, and now she's showing it to the fullest. She kept mumbling as she chopped the chopping board. The two voices mixed together is the most terrifying noise in the world. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked around at everyone. Seeing the helpless look on everyone's face, he sighed and stood up before heading to the kitchen. He's Nagisa's secret lover. If he doesn't console her when she's upset, who else can? Alright, Nagisa. Wu Yan rubbed Nagisa's head and he bitterly smiled. I know you want to help Canon, but, you know, if you were there, we wouldn't be able to rest easy. But Nagisa can't accept it. Nagisa pouted with tears in her eyes. She looked like she's about to cry. Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan, they all helped Kanon-chan, even Kojo-kun. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. I didn't help at all. Nagisa can't accept it, I can't accept it. It's okay. Kanon, who also came into the kitchen, said. Kanon held Nagisa's hand with a comforting smile. She looked at Nagisa with her blue eyes. I know Nagisa-chan's intentions, so I'm happy, really. Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Don't you think I'm useless? Of course not. Of course not. Kanon quickly denied. Nagisa is amazing too. Is that so? Nagisa's eyes lit up like a child being praised. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's still a child. Chapter 962. Ding dong. Outside the door, the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting Nagisa, who was about to continue throwing a tantrum. All eyes that were on Nagisa subconsciously turned to the door. Before anyone could open the door, a weak wave of light flickered in the hall. Then, a petite figure accompanied by a strangely dignified voice entered everyone's ears. Oh. You're all here? Seeing so many people gathered at the scene, the person who came seemed to be a little surprised. Hearing the voice of the person, everyone reacted one after another. Wu Yan was the first to cry out in surprise. Natsuki. Koju also reacted and shouted without thinking, Natsuki-chan. Bang! Just as Gucheng finished speaking, the tip of a parasol pierced his forehead. Without any suspense, Gucheng screamed and fell onto the sofa. He held his head as tears flowed out of his eyes. Don't add the word "chan" behind teacher's name. Her face was as expressionless as ever, like a doll's delicate expression, and her gem-like eyes flashed with serious dissatisfaction. You can call the vampire teacher over there, but why do you call me by my name? You even added the word "chan." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Well, Natsuki. This is your student showing affection to you, don't be so obvious about it. Wu Yan shrugged and he teased her. It's your fault for being so cute. Yes. Teacher Minamiya. Nagisa quickly stood up but said politely, Teacher Minamiya is so cute, Koju is an idiot, he must think so too. That's why he called her that. Don't call your brother an idiot. Gucheng rubbed his head in pain as he said unhappily, who would say that about their own brother? Nagisa made a funny face at Koju. She looked at him with disdain. Koju was a bit annoyed but Wu Yan found it funny. He turned to look at Natsuki. Speaking of which, if you want to move in, why press the doorbell? I don't have the hobby of trespassing on private property. Natsuki had only pressed the doorbell, but had entered without asking for permission. I couldn't find you at your place so I came to see if you were here. That's trespassing. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. 2 trespassers at that. On the other hand, Jiju's face was serious. He said to Natsuki, is work done? Natsuki and the others knew that Natsuki and Wu Yan were going to split up. One of them is going to deal with the fake angel while the other is going to search for the missing airship of the kingdom of Arietigia. They want to find the connection between the 2 incidents. Now that the fake angel incident was over, the reason for the disappearance of the kingdom of Arietigia's airship had been found. It was understandable that Natsuki would come back. Surprisingly, Natsuki shook her head. Wu Yan frowned and poured a cup of black tea for her. Could it be that something went wrong again? Natsuki's face brightened up a bit when she saw Wu Yan pouring her a cup of black tea. She accepted the cup of black tea. She took a sip. It tastes good. Natsuki praised before looking at Wu Yan. I can't say that there's a problem. You've solved the mystery behind the disappearance of the airship from the kingdom of Arietigia. I've also found the surviving members of the Knights of the Holy Ring. Natsuki smacked her lips. including the princess who escaped. Isn't that great? Kotori glanced at Natsuki expressionlessly with a lollipop in her mouth. Or could it be that something has happened? Natsuki shook her head once more. Soon after, she looked at Kanon, who was sitting beside Kotori. She seemed a little nervous. The reason I'm here this time is for her. For Kanon-chan. Kotori, Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju were stunned. Kanon? Wu Yen was taken aback. He looked at Kanon, who didn't know what to do because of Natsuki's words. Natsuki didn't explain, she just said something. Akatsuki, open the door. Huh? Koju was confused by Natsuki's words. Natsuki hit him with her parasol again. I told you to open the door, so open it. Damn it. Koju's forehead turned red after being hit twice by Natsuki. Is this my home or your home? Koju complained, but he still stood up and walked to the door. He opened it. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Gu Cheng, who had opened the door, had a blank expression on his face as he frantically retreated step by step. As he retreated, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Gu Cheng maintained a blank expression as he retreated to the main hall. At that moment, a figure walked into the hall from the corner of the hallway. Looking at that figure, everyone present was stunned. Kanon was even more shocked. She was originally calm, but now her eyes were violently fluctuating. Her long silver hair swayed as she walked in the windless hall. She didn't look like a soldier, but she was wearing a military uniform that reminded people of a military performance. She was also wearing high-quality leather boots, just like a beautiful female knight in civilian clothes. However, her otherworldly temperament caused her knight-like attire to change into a princess in plain clothes. In addition to her breathtakingly beautiful face, the young lady who was dressed like a strong woman was completely transformed into a noble princess. Her eyes were a deep blue, like ice crystals that had been frozen for eternity. She glanced at everyone, and her eyes lit up when she saw Kanon. A perfect smile appeared on her face. Looking at the beautiful girl who was smiling, no one present was able to react in time. The girl was indeed very beautiful. No, using the word beautiful was not enough to describe her appearance. It should be said that she was simply too beautiful. Of course, if it was only because of her beauty, the crowd would not have reacted so unbearably. The reason why they were collectively stunned was because of the young girl's appearance. If she cut her hair to shoulder length, her height to less than 1.6 meters, and her age to less than 4 or 5 years, she would be Kanon's other side of the mirror. That's right, she looks too much like Kanon. She looks like Kanon's older sister. You. Kanon pointed at her in disbelief, but she quickly realized that it was rude of her to do so. She quickly lowered her hand with a timid expression on her face, which made the girl burst into laughter. Are? Freya? Li Havain. Calling himself Are? The girl named Freya tilted her head and smiled sweetly at the crowd. I'm the princess of the kingdom of Aryatigia. The princess that the witch of the gap mentioned just now was referring to me. Princess of the kingdom of Aryatigia? Everyone was shocked, but strangely, they didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in their hearts. Instead, they believed the other party's words. Looking at that extraordinarily beautiful face, if such an appearance could not be called a princess, then there really was no one in this world who was qualified to be called a princess. Princess of the kingdom of Aryatigia. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He looked at Natsuki with a questioning gaze. Her Highness is here for Kanae Natsuki. Natsuki said bluntly. She did not try to avoid arousing suspicion. Or rather, the reason why the kingdom of Aryatigia sent a flying ship to Itagami Island with this princess is because of Kanae Kanon. Wu Yen had a feeling after hearing Natsuki's words. It seems like there's more to the fake angel incident than meets the eye. Chapter 963. It was as if time had stopped. Two young girls, one big and one small, looked at each other quietly. However, one of them had a weak and helpless expression, while the other had a big smile on her face. Everyone stared at the scene of the two girls quietly looking at each other. Then, they sized up their appearance and temperament. In the end, the conclusion was that they were similar. They were two alike. Both their appearance and temperament were very similar. Everyone would believe them if they said they were sisters. The only difference was that Kanon's temperament was more holy and timid. Freya's temperament was different from Kanon's. Noble. Gorgeous. Elegant. Smart. No matter which one it was, they all showed her identity as the daughter of the king of Ariatigia. Only someone of such status could cultivate such a temperament. I finally get to meet you. The first to break the silence was Freya. Freya. She had a smile on her face. Freya's eyes, which were identical to Kanon's, were fixed on Kanon. The more she looked, the happier she felt. I've always wanted to meet you. Kanon. It should have been very rude to be addressed by someone you met for the first time, but Kanon didn't blame him at all. Freya didn't blame her. It wasn't just because of Kanon's kind nature. It was also because she felt a sense of familiarity from this big sister, who looked so much like her. She couldn't bring herself to blame Freya. She recalled her meeting with Kensei the day before. Kensei had mentioned that he had other relatives in this world. Kanon couldn't help but feel hopeful. You. Kanon's mouth opened and closed, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if it was because she hoped that the person in front of her was her relative or because she was afraid of receiving bad news. In the end, Kanon couldn't form a complete sentence. She was so anxious that she almost died. Wu Yan could clearly sense Kanon's emotions. After all, Kanon was his familiar. Familiars were magical entities with their own consciousness. The host who provided them with a home could naturally sense part of their familiar's consciousness. Kanon might have a physical body, but she was still his familiar. Now, to maintain her existence, Wu Yan was still releasing his magical power. That's why, as the host, Wu Yan would be able to sense her mental state if her emotions fluctuate too much. Wu Yan sensed Kanon's anxiousness and he stood up for her. Kanon. Wu Yan stroked Kanon's head. Let me do it. Kanon, who had a telepathic connection with Wu Yan, looked at Wu Yan gratefully. She then retreated to Wu Yan's side. Freya flinched as she looked at Wu Yan in surprise. She seems to be surprised by his actions. You are? Me? Wu Yan scratched his face, shrugged. There are a lot of people who are related to Kanon, like her teacher, her guardian, and so on. Hearing this, Freya nodded in relief and smiled. You're Wu Yan, right? Huh. This time it's Wu Yan's turn to be surprised. You know me? I can't say that I know you. I only found out about your existence yesterday. Freya tapped her cheeks and said, I'm Kanon's guardian at this stage after all. I hope you don't mind me asking around a little. Well, it doesn't matter. He looked at Lala. Freya glanced at him and he pursed his lips. But, you seem to be very interested in Kanon's situation. Plus, with your looks, can you tell me why you're looking for Kanon? And Wu Yan glanced at Kanon. Your relationship with Kanon. Freya's smile faded. She looked at Wu Yan and Kanon, who was looking at her expectantly. She smiled bitterly. I do have a relationship with Kanon. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Kanon's face. But Freya, on the other hand, was unusually distressed, as if she had something that was hard to say and was too embarrassed to say it. But in the end, she still said it, and the moment she opened her mouth, everyone present was shocked. Kanon's father. I'm talking about her biological father, not Kensei Kanace. After a moment of silence, he paused. Freya lowered her voice. Her father is my grandfather. Everyone was silent. Grandfather? Wu Yan's eyes widened. Wu Yan wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including Kanon, except Natsuki, couldn't stay calm. You mean grandfather? Grandfather? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he asked carefully. Are you sure he's not her father? Is he your father? It's a pity. Freya forced a smile and sighed. But it's true. Kanon's father is my grandfather. In other words, Kanon is my aunt. Everyone looked at R.A., who was 17 or 18 years old. Freya paced back and forth between Kanon, who was still a little immature despite her charm. Then, she fell silent. If the two were to be reversed, then R.A.? Everyone could still believe that Freya was Kanon's aunt. But Kanon is R.A.? Freya's aunt? A huge sense of dissonance continuously attacked everyone's heart. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yan organized his words. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean Kanon is a member of the royal family? Everyone finally realized this, and their faces stiffened at the same time. Only Kanon was at a loss. This isn't that strange, is it? R.A.? Freya pointed at her cheeks and shook her head helplessly. Kensei Yanasi is a royal magician of the kingdom of Aryatigia. A large part of his magic requires the help of a member of the royal family. Speaking of which, R.A.? Freya glanced at Kanon and sighed. A magic ritual like the artificial angel creation, that can artificially create an angel, can't be done without the help of a member of the royal family. If Kanon wasn't a member of the royal family, Kensei Kanace's artificial angel creation ritual wouldn't have reached the final stage. R.A.? With Freya's words, everyone finally felt a little relieved. Indeed, the technology of artificially creating angels was too heaven-defying. If it could be used casually, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Wu Yan thought that the requirement for the spirit evolution was to use a powerful medium as the source material. Kanon is just a super powerful medium, that's why she was able to evolve to the final stage of the spirit evolution. But it seems like the limitations of the spirit evolution spell is greater than he thought. You can't succeed if you're not a member of the royal family of Aryatigia. This limitation was indeed very big. At this moment, Kanon suddenly stood up. She clasped her hands and placed them in front of her chest like she's taking a deep breath. Kanon took a deep breath. She asked nervously and expectantly. Then, my father, is he doing well now? R.A.? Freya was taken aback. Looking at the expectant look in Kanon's eyes, she smiled. Her smile was dazzling. After the people in the palace found out about you, the fact that grandfather had an illegitimate daughter was also exposed. In order to avoid grandmother's wrath, grandfather ran away. With a face full of smiles, he said the words that made everyone present sweat profusely. La. Freya looked straight at Kanon. But he's doing well, there's no doubt about it. Is that so? Kanon heaved a sigh of relief. She put on a sacred smile. That's good. Wu Yan, Kotori, Nagisa, Yukaina, Koju and the others smiled as well. They looked at Kanon with love. This kind-hearted girl would always think for others. She didn't even think about the fact that her so-called father had abandoned her and lived alone in the palace, a life that almost everyone envied. But Kanon didn't even grumble. However, it was also because of this that Kanon was the Kanon in everyone's heart. She's so pure and kind. They have to admit that Kanon is beautiful. In all sorts of ways. Chapter 964. Before coming to Itagami Island, I did some research on you, Canon, and I know your personality. She walked to Canon's back. Freya reached out her arms and wrapped them around Canon's body from behind. But now that I've met you, I feel like I really like you. You're such a good child. Canon lowered her head shyly and bashfully pinched Freya. Freya's embrace was indeed quite comfortable, and she did not struggle out of it. Freya smiled at Canon's shyness. Freya seemed to be very satisfied. She suddenly changed the topic and opened her mouth. Canon, come with me to the kingdom of Ariatigia. The air froze. Canon was stunned. She didn't realize what kind of situation she was in. She didn't even realize that everyone was looking at her. Canon-chan. Nagisa stepped forward. She wanted to say something but Kotori grabbed her hand and shook her head. Nagisa fell silent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere at the scene slowly turned heavy. Father is looking forward to meeting you. Grandfather is also looking forward to meeting your father. Although he hasn't come back yet, once you return to the palace, he will definitely come back. It was unknown if he had noticed the oppressive atmosphere in the air. Pull. Freya continued with a smile. Grandmother also wants to meet you. Even though she's mad at grandfather, she still cares about you. Everyone wants to see you. Hearing this, Canon fell silent. Her blue eyes scanned the room. She glanced at Kotori, Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yen. Face Ra. Canon panicked when she heard Freya's suggestion. Canon was happy to know that she still had so many family members. She felt the same way as the others. She was looking forward to meeting her family. But in this place, she also had a tie that she absolutely could not give up. She couldn't give it up. Its crystal-like eyes met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. It's Wu Yan's familiar. Canon could sense Wu Yan's emotions. Reluctance, pity, and hesitation. These emotions. At the same time, Wu Yan's thoughts flashed in his deep eyes. Canon could feel it. But she could feel more. He understood and supported her. Yes, if Canon chose to return to her family, Wu Yan would definitely support her. Even though it would be a joke if his familiar left him, Wu Yan didn't treat Canon as a familiar. She was a real person. Canon was a real human to begin with. She wouldn't have turned into his familiar if it wasn't for some unknown reason activating his monster mark. At the very least, Wu Yan won't restrict Canon's freedom and he won't interfere with her decisions. Even though this extremely lovable and kind-hearted young girl had already made him like her a little. However, just when Wu Yan thought that Canon would agree, Canon suddenly stopped. When Freya spoke, Canon's tender voice suddenly rang out, surprising him to the extreme. No. His voice was as soft as a mosquito, but everyone present could hear the determination in his voice. Canon turned around and saw that she was facing Ra Seiji. Freya opened her mouth to speak. I want to stay here, why? Unexpectedly, La Rosa's expression changed. Freya didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, she said regretfully, as if she already knew Canon would make such a choice. But at the same time, she also wanted to know Canon's reason. This time, Canon is no longer timid. She looked straight at Wu Yan with a smile that belongs to her as usual. Here, I have my family too. Wu Yan, Kotori, Nagisa, and the others all laughed. However, Canon's next sentence caused their smiles to freeze on their faces. Canon's gaze gradually turned shy. She turned her head away shyly. Her voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, drifted into the ears of the people who were completely frozen. Also, I've become Sensei's woman. That's right, Canon is Wu Yan's woman now. To be more precise, she's Wu Yan's familiar. As vassal beasts residing in the blood of vampires, unless the host died, the vassal beasts would remain in the host's body forever. Even if the host died, the vassal beasts residing in the host's blood would die with them. The betrayal here isn't like what happened to Koju, where a group of familiars threw a tantrum and refused to listen to him. It's true betrayal. For example, Koju's familiar may be disobedient, but it still exists in his body. When he's in danger, it's a bit rough and uncontrollable, but in the end, it's to protect its master's safety. No one has ever heard of a familiar leaving its host's body to gain freedom. Therefore, in a way, the relationship between the host and familiars couldn't be broken. As Wu Yan's familiar, it's reasonable for canon to say that she belongs to Wu Yan. However, this sentence, in the ears of those who did not know the cause and effect of this matter, it was different, belongs to Sensei. La. Freya's smile froze for a split second. She quickly recovered, but it's a bit forced. She looked at Wu Yan, who's also frozen in place. La. Freya swept a glance over his body, her gaze gradually becoming thought-provoking. From the reports, you haven't known canon for more than a week, right? She's looking at him in a new light. La. Freya walked up to Wu Yan like she's getting to know him for the first time. She's smiling like a mischievous little girl. I didn't expect you to act so quickly, it seems like I've underestimated you, no. Wait, Sensei. Wu Yan was about to explain what happened when Nagisa started tearing up. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated by a heartless man. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated. Why you? You even? Canon-chan, no. It's not like that, La. It's LA's turn this time. Freya interrupted Wu Yan's explanation. She looked at Nagisa in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Don't tell me that even this cute little girl over here belongs to you as well? This. Wu Yan's forehead started to sweat. Canon's side might be a misunderstanding, but Nagisa's side might belong to him too quickly, but their relationship isn't pure. Wu Yan's reaction is a tacit agreement in the eyes of others. No. It can't be. Gu Cheng was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled violently. It was obvious that his heart was shaken. Surprisingly, he's a very popular person. Her beautiful eyes closed as she smiled. La. Freya moved closer to Wu Yan, her beautiful face enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Then, she smiled. It seems interesting, why don't you let me join as well? Ha. Wu Yan is dumbfounded. No. Nagisa couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up and hugged Wu Yan's arm. She rushed at Ra Yen. Freya shouted, "It's fine if it's Kanayan-chan, but you, absolutely not." Nagisa, Gu Cheng jumped up before anyone else could react. What are you doing? Let go of me. Kojo-kun. Nagisa, who was defending her rights, turned her words into arrows, piercing Koju's fragile heart. Shut up. What? Gu Cheng's body trembled and trembled again. Finally, he could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart as he roared and pounced over. Let go of me. Bastard. Wah. No. Let go of me. It seems interesting, I'll join too. No. Let go of Sensei. Canon-chan. Come and help me. Why yes. Didn't I tell you to let go of me? They looked at La, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm together with Canon. La, who was hugging Wu Yan's other arm. Freya, Nagisa, Kotori, Yukaina, and Natsuki turned around expressionlessly. Nagisa, and Kotori turned around while Koju grabbed him by the neck. Idiot. Pervert. Boring. Chapter 965. Bang. Wu Yan collapsed on the sofa like a corpse. He stared at the ceiling with a lifeless expression. Tears streamed down his face. Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. Why am I always the one getting hurt? You're so noisy. Kotori walked in with cannon. She glanced at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. You're being treated like that by a few beautiful girls. Do you know how many people would die for such treatment? What are you unhappy about? I'm not unhappy. Wu Yan retorted weakly. I'm just tired. Sensei. Cannon lowered her head guiltily when she saw how tired Wu Yan was. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. No. Cannon, this has nothing to do with you. Wu Yan couldn't bear to see the kind-hearted Cannon upset. He got up from the sofa and forced a helpless smile. It's all because of that princess prank. I understand now. She looks elegant and noble on the surface. But pulling? Freya's hidden attribute is black-bellied. Cannon blinked. She didn't understand what Wu Yan meant by hidden attribute. She nodded in confusion. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's words aren't wrong though, pull. Freya is indeed black-bellied. Kotori pulled Cannon to the sofa and sat down. She glanced at Cannon before turning to Wu Yan. Oh right, about Cannon. Did you figure it out? Kotori asked. Wu Yan slapped his cheeks and his expression turned serious. He knew Kotori was asking him why Cannon became his familiar for no reason. That's right. It's strange. A living human turned into a familiar or something like that. Before this, Wu Yan had never heard of such a thing. Wu Yan wasn't the only one. Even Yukaina, who came from the Lion King organization and learned a lot about demons, was confused. She had never read about humans turning into familiars in books, let alone seen or heard about it. Her head was full of question marks. Wu Yan knew the reason Cannon became his familiar was because of the Yao beast mark he obtained from the mysterious crystal. After all, the system notified him when Cannon turned into a familiar. However, the system only notified him that he activated the Yao beast mark and turned Cannon into a familiar. It didn't tell him the reason for it. Why would the activation of the monster beast mark turn a perfectly fine human into a familiar? Wu Yan asked the system about this after the incident, but the system only gave him the following answer. The user will have to figure out the specific ability. That's all. Not only did the system not tell him the ability of the Yao beast mark, it didn't even tell him why Cannon turned into a familiar. It's not that the system doesn't want to tell him. According to the system, a mysterious Yao beast king was originally sealed within the mysterious crystal. That Yao beast king's consciousness was inclined towards violence, it didn't have much of a will of its own, it only had a strong desire to destroy. After he met all the requirements to unseal the mysterious crystal, the system determined that unsealing the Yao beast king would only bring him harm. Therefore, it erased the Yao beast king's consciousness and body, leaving behind only the Yao beast king's strength and abilities to form the Yao beast mark. However, the composition of the demonic beast seal was completely a manifestation of the demonic beast king's strength and ability. Its composition had nothing to do with the system itself. On top of that, the system had already erased the consciousness and body of the monster king, resulting in the birth of the monster mark. The system had no way to directly specify the ability of the monster mark. The only thing it could do was to give him a hint when the monster mark was activated and its effects were produced. To put it simply, this demonic beast mark had nothing to do with the system. Therefore, even the system couldn't directly analyze its ability. After all, the Yao beast mark has only been activated once. It hasn't shown what it can do yet. If even the system is clueless, Wu Yan is even more clueless. In the end, the system only gave him the information it analyzed the last time the Yao beast mark was activated. First, the Yao beast seal was activated, which allowed the target character to become the user's familiar. Second, in order to activate the Yao beast mark, the Yao beast king must meet the requirements of the Yao beast mark. It must also be compatible with the user's body and mind. Both sides must be compatible. This was the information that the system obtained when the Demon Beast mark was activated for the first time. In order to get more information, the Yao Beast mark has to be activated as often as possible. It has to be activated at least a few times to confirm its ability. That's what the system said. Because of this, Wu Yan is very confused. However, the activation of the Yao Beast mark isn't a bad thing. Canon might be his familiar, but she'd rather be Wu Yan's familiar than be a fake angel who only knows how to hurt people. She doesn't hate being turned into a holy angel either. The holy angel didn't have any fighting ability, but it had unparalleled purification and healing abilities. For a kind-hearted canon who grew up in the monastery and had always wanted to be a nun, it was something she couldn't even dream of. Not only does she not need to hurt people, she can also help and heal people. Canon isn't opposed to being turned into a holy angel. Not only that, but the holy angel also retained a part of her angelic nature, allowing Canon's nature to transcend the lower dimensions and become an existence of a higher dimension. In the future, low-dimensional attacks would not be able to harm her. She might not have any combat abilities, but she's invincible in healing, and can purify filth. Now, Canon was that kind of existence. Moreover, Canon has a good impression of Wu Yan. That's why she's not against becoming Wu Yan's familiar. After telling Kodori all the information he got from the system, Kodori fell into deep thought. She held the jewel in her mouth but didn't do anything. She's helping Wu Yan analyze the information he got from the system. Wu Yan praised Kodori in his heart. As expected of the commander of Ratatoskr. He pulled Canon, who has no idea what the system and the Yao Beast mark are, to the side and waited for Kodori to speak. In other words, since the Yao Beast mark has only been activated once, there's no information to prove its abilities. That's why the system wants you to figure it out on your own, right? Yes. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and nodded. Kodori nodded when she saw Wu Yan nod. She then gave an order. Then go find someone to conquer it. Ha! Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. What did you just say? Say it again. I said, go and find someone to conquer. Kodori chuckled in a calm tone. Didn't you say there's not enough information? Then let your demonic beast seal activate a few more times, and the information will naturally come out. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. But why do we need to find a person to activate the demonic beast seal? If you don't want someone to conquer it, what do you want to do? Kodori narrowed her eyes. Oh, by the way, Nagisa has already conquered you, but she hasn't been turned into a familiar. She can't be your target. That's not the point. Wu Yan yelled in frustration. What I mean is, why do we have to find someone to guide us? Are you an idiot? Kodori slandered him. If I don't conquer it, who would want to fuse with your body and mind? This. Wu Yan opened his mouth but he didn't know what to say. Kodori's red eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She smirked and crossed her arms. Don't worry, Ratatoskr exists for times like these, right? Although the target isn't an elf, I'll do my best to support you. Let's begin. Kodori snickered when she saw Wu Yan's stupefied expression. Our war. Chapter 966. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the plaza, looking at the students greeting him. He responded with a smile, but if you look closely, you'll notice that his smile is a little twisted. Selectively ignoring the male students, Wu Yan swept his gaze over the female students in uniform. At first glance, he looked like a pervert, but when he looked at the female students, there wasn't a trace of smugness in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with bitterness. Sigh. Wu Yan let out a long sigh. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. This time, I really have to live up to my title as a perverted teacher who laid his hands on his own students. I don't care about that kind of thing. While Wu Yan is mourning for the darkness that awaits him in the future, Koteri's cold voice came from the earpiece beside his ear. It's not like you didn't do anything, right? Whose fault is it? You're the one who instigated Nagisa. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. Also, where the hell did you get the wireless equipment? Humph. There was a hint of pride in Koteri's unabated voice. Radio equipment is the most basic equipment in every battle. If you don't even know this, then you're still far from it. Don't tell anyone that you're from Ratatoskr when you go out. We can't afford to lose face. I'm just a combat officer, I haven't even been here for 2 months, how would I know about this? Wu Yan retorted without a second thought. Also, do you think Ratatoskr's existence is something you can just tell others? Besides, this isn't your world. Don't bring Ratatoskr's tricks here. Ratatoskr exists wherever I am. Koteri said arrogantly. Then, she changed the topic. By the way, don't keep telling me all this nonsense. Hurry up and find me a target. How am I supposed to find a target? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. There are so many students in Saikai Academy, but I don't know many of them. Koteri's impatient voice entered Wu Yan's ears. Then hurry up and find me a random target. I'll tell you. Are you really my sister? Wu Yan felt like he was going crazy. You want your brother to find a random target? What the hell is in your head? Isn't this good? A little sister who fights for her brother's happiness. Koteri's voice was flat. Her words pierced Wu Yan's heart. Don't you like this kind of setting? Wu Yan's words left him speechless. He felt a little guilty. Could it be that Koteri had already seen through his desire to have a capable younger sister? Humph. Koteri sneered as if she knew what Wu Yan was thinking. All right, hurry up and find me a target. I've been waiting for you for an entire day. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Koteri added. I'm not the only one here, Canon is also helping. After saying that, Canon's timid yet gentle voice sounded from the other side of the earpiece. Sensei, you can do it. Even though she's cheering him on, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel weak all over. He exhaled helplessly and resumed his scanning mode. Now that school was over, except for those students with clubs who were still active in school, the rest of the students who had nothing to do would be returning home at this time. Therefore, there were quite a few students who passed through this path to leave the school, and among them, there were quite a few who were particularly beautiful. Of course, this is just a relative term. In other people's eyes, this might be the case, but for someone like Wu Yan who has a bunch of wives that are as pretty as flowers and jade, they aren't enough to move his heart. This is why he hasn't decided on a target yet. However, part of the reason is that he doesn't want to drag normal people into his life. If he really does, it's fine if he doesn't succeed, but if he does, she will leave this world with him and go to the Spalier world. Plus, with the summons of life intertwining, his fate with the person he loves will be forever linked. Therefore, Wu Yan can't just pick a random target like Koteri said. It's fine if he doesn't succeed, but if he succeeds, it will be a lifelong thing. Therefore, even if he really wants to pursue a girl, he must be very careful. At the very least, he can't drag those normal people who don't like to take risks into his life. For example, Asuna. Although she struggled to survive in SAO for 3 years, she's a gentle person who likes to live a peaceful life. Being able to be with the person she loves, being with her daughter Yui, is all she wants. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't summon Asanai and Yui over. If you put it nicely, he and the girls are living like an adventurer group. If you put it bluntly, it's more like they're roaming around. They don't have a place to call home, they don't have a place to call home. At the very least, he has to wait until he has a place to stay in the Spalier world, a place that he can call home. Only then can he summon Asuna to his side with peace of mind. Even Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the other girls who don't want to live a peaceful life think that he's their heaven and earth. I have to think about the people I love. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan glanced at the girls while sizing them up. All of this happened without anyone noticing. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have been treated as a pervert. At this time, why are you standing here? A familiar voice entered his ears, causing Wu Yan to be slightly dazed. He turned around and saw Natsuki in a white gothic costume, holding a fan in her hand. Wu Yan immediately saw her. Don't you usually run home as fast as you can after school? Natsuki crossed her arms in front of her chest. She stared at Wu Yan with those big eyes of hers that seemed to be able to talk. She looked confused. Why are you behaving so strangely? Are you planning something again? The more Natsuki spoke, the more she felt that it was possible. Her gaze on Wu Yan became more and more oppressive. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat and he almost ran away. They say that a girl's intuition is accurate. Is Natsuki a girl? Isn't she a girl? This is our chance. Just as Wu Yan was about to use his great bewitching charm to brush her off, Koto's high-pitched voice sounded from his earpiece. That's her. Our target. What? Wu Yan shrieked. His sudden shriek startled not only Natsuki, but also the other students who were passing by. What the hell are you doing? Natsuki raised her beautiful eyebrows and her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. You're already a teacher, why are you making such a big fuss? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the students? Huh. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He ignored Natsuki's confused expression and turned around to yell into his earpiece. Don't make any noise. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm here to support you. Kotori emphasized. Natsuki should be your target, right? Hey, are you serious? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Natsuki's words fit his requirements, but this troublesome fake loli isn't that easy to deal with, isn't that great? Kotori had a different opinion. Aren't you afraid that you'll be seen as a perverted teacher who harms his students? Natsuki is a teacher like you and you're close in age. It's not strange for a boy and a girl like you to be together, right? Well, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Wu Yan's heart started twitching. But if you can consider the appearance of both of them before that, I'll be happier. Isn't Natsuki's appearance to your liking? Koto said bluntly. Are you a man or not? If you're a man, then go for her. You brat. Wu Yan's veins popped up on his forehead. She's already gone this far, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 967. Hey, Natsuki. When Wu Yan turned around to face Natsuki, he had a bright smile on his face. He was acting weird just a second ago, but now he changed so quickly that Natsuki was stunned. She didn't know that a certain wolf was baring his fangs at her. What do you want to do next? Huh? NN? Natsuki regained her senses and she looked at Wu Yan in confusion. What do you want? Nothing. It's nothing. Just answer me. Natsuki stared at Wu Yan with even more suspicion. She tried to read his expression but all she saw was a bright smile on his face. His wine-red eyes are also filled with joy. Other than that, Natsuki couldn't see anything else. Nayu narrowed her eyes and snorted. The fake angel incident has come to an end. Kensei Yanase, Sorcerer Tsukasa, and the other related personnel have all been arrested. Yesterday, the people from the Lion King organization have also taken away the troublesome princess. I can finally relax. At least, I won't be wandering around the school like you, in other words. Wu Yan interrupted Natsuki with a grin on his face. You're free. Right? What do you want? Natsuki's tone became more and more impatient. Her eyes showed a bit of displeasure. If you have something to say it quickly. Wu Yan's smile didn't change, but he felt helpless. As expected of the Witch of the Void. No matter how cute Natsuki looks, no matter how strong she is, she's still a witch. At least, every word she says is filled with malice. I need to reorganize my emotions. Wu Yan also removed the fake expression on his face. It was replaced with helplessness. It's really nothing. I just heard that a new coffee shop opened nearby. I heard that the black tea there is good, so I want to join you. Let's go there and have a seat. Oh. Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words. As expected, Natsuki, who loves black tea, was attracted. She glanced at Wu Yan. You actually invited me to drink black tea with you? That's really rare. I've always been like this. Wu Yan said in a matter-of-fact tone. Kotori on the other side of the earpiece looked at him with disdain. You just don't know. How long have you known me? Although it's a lie, the truth is pretty much the same. Natsuki didn't know Wu Yan for long. It hasn't even been a month. Thinking of this, Natsuki's emotions started to become complicated. I've known him for less than a month. During this period of time, Wu Yan stayed at her house for a week or two, spending time with her day and night together. Even after he moved out, as a teacher of the same school and a temporary colleague, Natsuki felt like she had known Wu Yan for a very long time. Natsuki suddenly realized that she and Wu Yan have only known each other for less than a month. Natsuki let out a sigh and returned her attention back to the topic. A new coffee shop? Although I'm also very interested, but is the black tea there really as good as you say? Natsuki knows Wu Yan's ability to make black tea. It can be said that the black tea made by Wu Yan is the best black tea she has ever tasted in her life. Even now, even after Wu Yan moved out, she still extravagantly teleported to his house just to get a pot of black tea. If there really is a black tea that tastes better than Wu Yan's, Natsuki is looking forward to it, but at the same time, she doesn't believe it. Wu Yan chuckled as if he could understand Natsuki's thoughts. Well, in terms of taste, it's naturally not as good as mine, but it's also unique. Occasionally, I'll try different flavors of black tea. Although I only heard about it from the mouths of the students, since it's so good, it can't be bad, right? Originally, I wanted to find someone to accompany me. That's why I have been looking for people to accompany me. Wu Yan calmly said. Then, he looked at Natsuki. You're free anyway, right? Why don't we go together? When Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, black tea is her only interest. Even though she has her favorite brand of black tea and loves to drink Wu Yan's black tea, she is still willing to try different types of black tea. Okay. Natsuki nodded expressionlessly and walked in front of Wu Yan. Let's go and try it. Wu Yan let Natsuki walk past him with her back to back. He smiled and secretly made a victory pose. As expected of my brother. Kotori didn't hold back her praise. Her sweet voice, which can only be heard when she's in her sister mode, entered Wu Yan's mind and he almost felt like he was floating. Not only that, Kanon's voice of admiration and longing came from his earpiece as well. Sensei, you're amazing. Wu Yan smiled proudly. He turned around and saw Natsuki walking far away. He quickly followed after her. On the other side, Kotori pulled off her earpiece. She had the confidence of a commander. She turned around and looked at the people in front of her. Kanon isn't the only one there. Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju are also there. Basically, all of Kotori's friends and family in this world are there. However, when they stand side by side, their expressions, how should I put it? They are conflicted. Kotori glanced at everyone, ignoring their expressions. Are you all ready? Let's go if you're ready. Wait. Upon hearing Kotori's words, Koju couldn't hold back his anger and spoke with a twisted expression. Are we really going to help that vampire sensei conquer Natsuki? Kotori-chan, I don't think it's appropriate. Yukaina couldn't stay calm when someone spoke up for her. After all, she's already experienced it once. Compared to Koju, she's more agitated than him. Sensei, didn't she already? Are you and Nagisa there? Why did you attack Namiya-sensei? Also, why are you supporting him? Yukaina screamed in her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. In the end, she looked even more conflicted than before. Don't worry. Kotori acted as if she didn't see Koju and Yukina's reaction. Don't be fooled by that guy's harmless face. He's actually very good at this kind of activity. I'm not worried about that. Koju complained. Speaking of which, is that vampire sensei a pervert? Yukaina nodded in agreement. She labeled Wu Yen as a pervert, even worse than Koju. At least, Koju is interested in women with great figures. As for Wu Yen, Kotori, Nagisa, Natsuki, and even Kanon, they were all lawless. Kotori-chan, Nagisa said with a bitter expression. Are you sure it's okay? You don't mind at all? Of course. Of course I will. Not only did Kotori not show any displeasure, she even had a smile on her face. However, my brother does have a lot of difficulties. At this moment, as the people closest to him, shouldn't we help him? But. Nagisa didn't feel relieved, she felt even more conflicted. Nagisa couldn't get over the fact that her lover was trying to woo other women. Don't you want to use your own strength to help sensei? Kotori tried to reason with Nagisa, but Nagisa started hesitating. Of course I want to help sensei. Then it's fine. Kotori raised her head and puffed out her chest. I'm sure sensei can feel how I feel, right? Kanon. Seeing Kotori suddenly turn around, Kanon froze for a moment and nodded reflexively. Kotori laughed and Nagisa was speechless. Thus, the group that was filled with all sorts of emotions walked towards the door and walked out. Chapter 968. Itagami Island, in a corner near Saikai Academy, there is a coffee shop. It wasn't very big, but the interior decoration was quite luxurious. The walls were painted in a golden color, and there were lace curtains hanging from the edges. On the ceiling, there were luxurious chandeliers that looked like they would be used in a ball. There was a chandelier hanging from every table. Although it wasn't night time, they were still emitting a soft light. Natsuki and Seiji sat across from each other at a table in the corner by the glass window. The steaming black tea gave off a rich color and aroma. Even though there were only 2 cups of black tea on the table, it didn't affect the two of them at all. Natsuki came here for the red tea. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have anything else as long as she has the red tea. Wu Yen, on the other hand, has an ulterior motive. Coming here is just an excuse. It doesn't matter as long as Natsuki is here. One kept staring at black tea while the other kept sneaking glances at Nayu. As a result, a strange atmosphere began to spread around the two of them without Nayu noticing anything. This is the highly praised red tea you were talking about? Natsuki took a whiff of the red tea and took a sip. She frowned. It's not that the red tea isn't tasty, it's just plain and simple. For those who don't have high standards for red tea, it's good enough. Natsuki is different though. First, she's very picky about red tea. This red tea isn't bad but it doesn't reach her standards. Second, this isn't her favorite brand. Even if it's good, it's not as good as her favorite brand. Third, this red tea. In terms of taste, it might not lose to her favorite brand. But compared to Wu Yan's tea, bad. It's not just bad. It's easy to imagine how picky Natsuki is about red tea and how much she loves Wu Yan's red tea. It's really not that good. This is the personal comment of Master Chef Wu Yan. However, his face was full of smiles. However, I originally came here to try a different flavor from my own black tea. Now, I've already memorized this flavor. When I go back, I'll be able to taste it. Based on this taste, I can make a tasty red tea that doesn't lose its unique aroma. Natsuki's eyes lit up as she looked at Wu Yan. You have such a skill? Of course. Of course. Wu Yan said in a proud and high-spirited manner. The black tea you drank before is a taste that I created after continuous improvement. Other than that, according to the tea leaves. Based on the tea leaves, I can make at least 7 different types of red tea leaves. I should be able to make the 8th soon. I see. Natsuki lowered her head and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. No matter how good a chef who only knows one type of cuisine, he's still not a good chef. Wu Yan shook his head. Similarly, if you only know how to brew one type of black tea, that doesn't count as knowing how to brew black tea, right? You still think you're in the right? Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. She waved her fan in front of her and a joyful smile appeared on her doll-like face. But for now, let me look forward to your new red tea and the other 6 types of red tea. Do you want to drink it? Wu Yan snickered like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit, or a profiteer seeing a sucker for money. It's not that I can't make it for you, but how do you want to repay me? Natsuki paused for a moment before smiling meaningfully. I remember. Back then, I helped you apply for the position of attack mage for free, right? Wu Yan's smile froze. Now, you're asking me to repay you for a cup of red tea? Natsuki closed her eyes with a smile on her face. If you dare to accept it, I don't mind. Aha! Wu Yan chuckled dryly, he's done for. Since you put it that way, I wouldn't dare ask you for anything. Natsuki curled her lips and picked up the black tea in front of her. Although the taste was not to her liking, it was not to the point that she hated it. Moreover, she had come here to drink tea. If she did not drink a cup or 2, it would be too boring. She finished the rest of the red tea and pressed the bell on the table to ask the waiter to refill her cup. Wu Yan shook his head. He refilled his cup and the waiter left with a big smile on his face. He went to get the black tea. Good chance. Kotori, who was hiding behind a pillar in the cafe, saw the waiter walking towards Wu Yan and Natsuki. She turned towards Koju. Akatsuki. Wait for my orders, if I tell you to do it, you. What? Hearing Kotori's words, Koju cried out in surprise, but was immediately knocked down by Kotori's fist. Don't shout so loudly. Are we really going to do that? Koju didn't mind. He held his head and his heart was pounding. Do whatever I tell you to do. Kotori activated her commander mode and pressured Koju. Koju only managed to hold on for a second before he nodded. But Kotori didn't stop there. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Yukaina. Yukaina, you too. Take out that frost wolf sword that can break magic and wait for my orders. Yukaina didn't expect to have a part in it, but since she has worked with Kotori before, she didn't hesitate and pulled out a silver gun from her guitar bag. It's the Type 7 assault demon subduing machine gun. This was the name of the gun, also known as Snow Frost Wolf. It's a weapon developed by the Lion King organization to fight against demons with special abilities. It's shaped like the streamlined silhouette of the latest fighter jet. That's why it's called a machine gun. It's said that there are only 3 such guns in the world and it's the most powerful weapon for personal use. After all, it's a weapon that can kill a primogenitor. Of course, no one knows if it's been used to kill a primogenitor or not. There are only a few primogenitors and there are only 3-7 assault demons subduing machine guns. There's no proof that it can kill a primogenitor. However, it was a fact that it could kill immortal vampires. The Frost Wolf spear was engraved with a quintessence vibration wave activation spell, which could instantly erase all mana from the target it pierced. That was why demons who lived on mana, even vampires, would die if they were pierced by it. No matter what, vampires weren't truly immortal. The only ones who could truly be immortal were the true ancestors. Kotori looked forward and stared at the waiter. When the waiter was about to reach his seat, Yukaina took out her Frost Wolf and stared at the waiter. Now! Akatsuki! Gu Qin gritted his teeth and his expression turned serious. With a flick of his hand, an extremely small golden electric current shot out like lightning and struck the waiter's foot. Ah! The waiter only felt his legs go numb, as if he had been electrocuted by something. Then, his whole body went limp. In his hand, the tea set filled with black tea suddenly fell out of his hand and was thrown into the air. The black tea immediately splashed forward. And in front of the black tea that flew out, there was a figure. It's Natsuki. Natsuki faintly felt that something was wrong and looked to her side. When she looked, she saw a stream of black tea splashing down on her face, causing her to frown slightly. Natsuki didn't dodge. Instead, she tapped the table with her finger. Immediately after, an obscure magical power flew out and met black tea's attack head-on. Wang! Suddenly, there's a slight vibration. No one heard it, not even Natsuki. However, Natsuki discovered that the magic she had unleashed had suddenly disappeared. Before she had time to be surprised, the black tea had been splashed over her head. You're tuning in to the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.